Good morning and welcome to the Sion Hill playing field. We have the final here for you today in the Windward Islands Senior Men 50 over tournament, a game being played between Grenada and St.Lucia, two of the more consistent teams in this tournament. A wonderful day for cricket, although we are seeing a bit of cloud cover coming across to our right, but I don't think we need to worry about that too much as we welcome former St. Vincent and Windward Islands cricketer Kenroy Martin. Good morning to you, Kenroy.
Good morning, Osnet, and good morning to the viewers of this broadcast. Good morning to the Grenadians and the Spice Isle and the St. Lucians, Pitons, people from the Pitons. Good morning to you. Both teams are clashing here this morning in the finals of the Windward Islands Super 50 tournament. And really, the cloud cover is just to cover the players from the action that is about to take place here at Sion Hill.
It's a bit cool here this morning. we mentioned the hot nature of recent times as we're going to see forced delivery here. And it's edging this one, falling short of slip. Two batsmen being Johan Jeremiah, and trying to get the other batsman there for you.
Huh? Yeah, Clark is fast bowler. Jeremiah and open bat.
Regis and Jeremiah. Jeremiah sporting number 5 on his back, coming off a very good game in his previous encounter, scoring 71 versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines. A top knock really from him, so he'll be looking to replicate that type of performance. As in comes the fast bowler once again, and for this one, McKenny Clark, actually, a bit of zip, but misdirected on that occasion. Kenno, you were there for the all-year encounter between these two teams. Somewhat of a one-sided affair.
Yeah, it was. St. Lucia really outplayed Grenada in that game. They scored 334 and bowled pretty well on a small playing field and restricted Grenadans to 198, really. And they played exceptionally well. Something to note this morning, though, the 11 for both teams. The man who really did the damage for Grenada is out.
Yes, we're going to get back to that as this one again swinging down the leg side. So a bit of inconsistencies here from Clark coming around the wicket. That ball just angling down the leg side, well taken there by the wicket keeper. Yes, so you were speaking about the 11s, and I have the Grenadian 11 here. We have Daryl Cyrus, Showman Lewis, Haston Jackson, Darren Ned, Samuel Charles, Nicholas Redhead, Ciandel Regis, Johan Jeremiah, Devoney Joseph, Court Murray, and Ryan John.
And missing from that lineup is Bishop.
Yes, Teddy Bishop, a big miss for the Grenadians here this morning as we see Clark again. He's punching this one, a bit of a misfield there at backward point. And it's going to get close to the boundary, and Grenada, they're off the mark with the bat, having received 2 extras all in the form of wides. 2 more runs added to the total. It's now 4 without loss.
Right, and just to remind you as well, Jeremiah was one of the leading scorers last year in the tournament, played the Super 50. So really, he's a key player for Grenada today. He played an excellent innings against St. Vincent. And for Grenada to get to a real decent total today in the finals, they need him at the top of the order.
Correct. They'll definitely need to get off the good start as we see Clark again. And there goes Jeremiah covering up. In terms of the St. Lucia team, we have Kimani Melius, the captain, Akeem Ogis, Stephen Natram, Sabinus Emmanuel, Shadrach Descarte, a centurion in the previous encounter between these two teams, Cornelius Gabriel, McKenny Clark, Keon Gaston, Tyrell Chico, Tariq Edward, and Larry Edward.
Well, basically the same team which have been playing throughout the tournament for St. Lucia. There is no change to that lineup. They have been playing some really good cricket, St. Lucia. And to note as well, Swan is outside here, something to the keeper's glove, that they are pretty much the youngest team in this tournament, average age.
That's good to see. An opportunity for the youngsters to really shine and put their hands up. I think that's something we have made a note of throughout the tournament. The number of under 19 players we are seeing being elevated to the senior setup, and that bodes well for their development.
Yes, I must commend the St. Lucia Cricket Board taking such a stand, really. and including the youngsters from the under-19 team, and they've been captained by Kimelia Melius, who is the former under-19 captain for the West Indies, and he's doing a very good job from what I've seen from him.
It's Grenada 4 without loss. Been sent into bat here this morning at the Sion playing field in this final as Jeremiah is driving a good looking shot with the covers. Should get some runs here. Just coming forward and just caressing it really, not really trying to hit the ball too hard. We saw quite a bit of that from him in the previous encounter. And a good start from him, finding the middle of the bat. So 2 more added to the total, 6 without loss.
Yes, a good shot by Jeremiah there. That was pitched just about back a length, and he came forward and drove it nicely through the covers. Picked up 2 runs. Outfield just a little bit saggy. That side of the field is a little bit slow as well. But it's a good shot there by Jeremiah, hitting the middle of the bat.
We'll have a talk about the pitch after this delivery as Clark. Once again, this one is a short of a length delivery. He's playing it down to a man there at Gully. Yes, Kenny, over 450 runs scored on in the last encounter here at the Sion playing field. Something that we have not seen. It's not a really norm at this venue. What are your expectations in terms of the pitch this morning?
I expect it to get a little bit better, a little bit of moisture in it from overnight, overcast conditions. The ball will be seaming around. So I expect this wicket to get even better as the day goes on. Hopefully there will be no interruptions with rain. I'm seeing some dark clouds overhead. But really, I expect them to have a very good batting wicket here, a good service for batting. And once you're bowling and you're putting the ball in the right areas, you would get results as well.
Yes, I think it's a pitch where you need to be patient, both as a fielding team and as a batting team. We saw the way the Grenadians went about the operations in the previous encounter versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They started rather slowly. After 10 overs, they were 32 for 1. They lost an early wicket. And then Teddy Bishop and Johan Jeremiah, they were able to consolidate. And then they got some momentum into their innings. As you get deeper into your innings, it becomes easier to score on this particular wicket because it's really an easy pace wicket, really. And in the last encounter as well, we saw the seamers doing very well. The likes of Darius Martin getting a 5-wicket haul. We saw Ryan John as well doing well, Redhead. So it would be interesting to see how both teams adapt here this morning as he's driving this one lovely through the covers. Once again, the outfield not the quickest at this point in time. That will give Regis definitely a bit of confidence into his innings. Didn't really score a lot in the previous encounter, so he'll be looking to make a stamp here in this final.
Yes, a good shot by Regis to get off the mark. Not looking to hit the ball too hard, not looking to put too much power, just timing and picking up 2 easy runs through covers. And really, what is very important here is a foundation being laid by these 2 for the others to come.
This one is taking the outer portion of the bat. Sion Gaston is the other right-arm seamer from that old airport end. Perhaps not the type of pace as we saw from Clark, but relies a lot on his accuracy, Sion Gaston. Something we spoke about off air, Kenroy, was the use of seam in the last game, St. Vincent versus Grenada. This one is a beautiful delivery outside the off stump, a bit of lift, a bit of carry. I think we saw that as well in the previous encounter with the new ball. There's always something on offer here for you at the Sion playing field.
Yes, the seamers bowl very well here at Sion. It gives you that assistance, the seamers. From that delivery that was just bowled there, you see the lift, the pace, the bounce on top of that ball. And really, Darius Martin used the pitch very well, picked up 5 wickets. And I think the team should learn from that and really give the seamers an opportunity to play their cricket and to really express themselves on a wicket like this.
Correct. So we'll see how the St. Lucians go about their operations. So the Grenadians basically utilizing their 4 seamers in the first 20 overs or so. And then they had the likes of Court Murray and Daryl Cyrus, who was very impressive as this one is walked off his leg there, Regis, into the region of mid-wicket and a good single. That is also going to be key as they seek to lay a foundation here, these 2 opening batters.
Well, they would have to do a lot of running based on the outfield and how things are going thus far. And really, the seamers are hitting the back of length, so they have to hit the balls in the gap. Don't look to power it. They are just pushing it and taking up the singles. So they would have to do a lot of running, and that calls for, that brings your fitness into question.
Well, it's a cool day, as we mentioned. The overcast skies to our right, just hovering around. It will be interesting to see the area from where the rain normally comes from. We'll have to take a look at that in a while. As this one is down the leg side and is beating the wicketkeeper as well, and should get close to the boundary. Yes, it just touches the boundary. So I think it's going to be signaled as 4 leg byes. So just brushing the pad there on its way through. Misdirected there from Sion.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, it went down the leg side. The keeper couldn't get that delivery, and it went into the fence for 4 leg byes. They have to be careful as to how they apply themselves as well, these pacers. Not bowling these extra deliveries and putting themselves under pressure. Grenada realized that they made a mistake in the last game, not batting as long as they're supposed to, and I think that they have come out with a different plan.
This one is hit over the man there at backward point. A lovely shot there from Johan Jeremiah. Continues along his merry way, bringing in that form from the previous encounter. A lovely shot there over the man there at backward point.
Yeah, he just kind of walked into that shot really. Was pitched in his half and he just hit it over backward point, clearing the man there. Easy shot for him, into the fence for 4. And really, he looks very good here this morning.
Yes, 17 without loss, 2 overs completed. So a flying start from the Grenadians here. In this encounter. But just looking back at that shot, Kenroy, I think it lends itself to what we were speaking about in terms of, yes, it is a good wicket in terms of the pace and bounce offered to the seamers, but it's also a good wicket for you to, as a batsman, to play your shots as well, and that was, that really emphasized that point.
Yeah, it's an even wicket. It's an even wicket. You have to put the ball in the right areas. And once you're a good batter, you can be able to get runs on this wicket. So it's even for the batters and the bowlers. You miss your length, you could be hit. You bowl the ball in the right areas, you could get results. The batters, if you bat long, stay in, play each ball on its merit, you could get runs. So it's a wicket that presents opportunity for both batting and bowling.
Agreed. As we're going to see Clark once again to continue operation from that flow end. This one is on the line of the leg stump once again. And they should be able to come up for a second. So 2 more leg byes. It's what we'll call a busy start so far from the Grenadians. And equally, it's been a rather inconsistent start by the 2 seamers from St. Lucia.
Yes, they have not really hit that line, the 4th stump line really. There's a slip, there's a gully, there's a backward point, a short extra cover mid-off. And really, 2 gullies basically. And they have not really hit that 4th stump length. They have been drifting on the legs, bowling extra deliveries. 1 or 2 balls have gone past the edge outside the house, but they have not hit that proper length as yet.
Just to remind our viewers that the 3rd place playoff is being played at the Cumberland playing field. This one is keeping a bit low. And there was Regis, perhaps looking at that area of the wicket. And that may have pitched on, going to do some gardening now. Yes, so the 3rd place playoff played between Dominica and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. At the Cumberland playing field, St. Vincent and the Grenadines batting first. So that's something you as viewers can tune into as well. But if you're at home and you finished cooking this morning, baking that pie and chicken, you can head down here to the Sion playing field and take in some of the lovely cricket. As we're seeing, this one is played across the line, maybe a bit high, that delivery, but a rather naughty shot there from Regis.
Yeah, a shot that is not needed. You know, you have a very good start thus far. Wait for the ball, wait till the ball is in the area. He just played across the line and could have gotten himself into trouble. But it was a rather stifled appeal from the St. Lucians, not too confident, and he survives there. Really, he would be advised not to get so reckless so early in the innings, really.
Especially after having such a good start. We mentioned the start from the seamers hasn't been the best. And these 2 batters just need to settle down a bit and play the ball on its merit. And they should be able to accumulate runs quite easily.
What is noticeable as well, they have not taken any risks to get the runs that they have gotten thus far. So just keep batting the way that you are. Wait for the bad deliveries and make use of them. You have time on your hands, 50 overs game. Just bat yourself into a good position and then you could back yourself to play your shots.
Correct. As it's getting a bit more overcast there, Kenroy. I think we might have some sort of shower at some point in time, but hopefully the wind picks up and it blows away. Don't want this game to be interrupted to any extent as Regis plays one lovely through the onside. Getting close to the boundary here out at deep mid wicket. Come back for a second, actually they're going for a third. It's a big boundary here, and that was well run by these two. So good running between the wickets. Good confidence shot there from Regis.
Yes, good shot to him on the leg stump. Just shifting the line and length is Clark, and Regis really just pounced on that one, hit it through mid wicket and picked up 3 runs because of the slow nature of the outfield. It have not gone past the ropes, so they have to do a lot of running, as I said earlier, because of the slow nature of the outfield, because of the little rain overnight and the overcast conditions. And really a nice shot off the legs by Regis.
22 without loss, Grenada, after being inserted to bat. Just having a look at the area from the general area where the rain comes from, Kenro. It's pretty clear on that end, so that's good news. It's just that this to the west here is seeing a bit of cloud cover. Hopefully that is blown away and we won't have any sort of interruption. I think a good sign as well is the limited movement of the groundsmen at this point in time. I'm not seeing them really rushing towards the covers or anything of that nature. So it tells me that we are pretty safe for now.
For now, but what I'm thinking here is that the wind is blowing and the clouds are circling. As you see the dark clouds moving to our left, heading up to that area, which is much dangerous when it comes to the rain. And really, we have to be careful today. I think that we will be interrupted sometime, based on what I'm seeing here. And hopefully it will not be for too long.
Yes, so the end of the third over, it's 22 without loss. Jeremiah, he's on 8, and Regis, he's on 6. So a good positive start from the Grenadians, in contrast to what we saw in the previous game. They had a rather sedate start, having lost the wicket of Regis very early in that encounter. But on this occasion, they have all 10 wickets in hand. So we're going to see spin being introduced very early as well.
Well, St. Lucia realizing that the fast bowlers are not doing the job which they're asked to do. They have turned to Tariq Edwards. He's accustomed to bowling that new ball in the different formats, T20 and the one days. So they have given the responsibility to him to try and get a wicket out too early here, the St. Lucians.
It's a good start from Edward. Another of those youngsters we would have seen recently in the West Indies Under-19 tournament, played for the Windward Islands. I think he also travelled with the West Indies Under-19 team to Sri Lanka recently for a couple of ODIs, youth ODIs. So he's a young man, but he has plenty of experience at this particular level.
Yes, he has played a lot of cricket for St. Lucia. He has come through the system, which is very good. The under-15, the under-19s, and now he's in the senior setup. He stifled appeal there. He also went on to making the West Indies Under-19 team. So that tells you that he has potential and he has the ability to do what he's been asked to do from his skipper Melias.
Just as we were speaking about the limited movement of the groundsmen, Kenroy, we are now seeing the groundsmen lined up in their yellow suits. So that's definitely not a good sign at this point in time. So I think it's just a matter of when this interruption would be, not if at this point in time.
Yeah, strange things do happen these days. You said earlier that it comes from the north, really, the rain, but
as this one is cut past backward point, should get close to the boundary. They're going to get 2 runs. The side of the ground, as you mentioned, is not the quickest in terms of the outfield. It's also a big square as well here at the side of the playing field. And they're getting 2 runs there, the Grenadians. So 2 more runs to Regis. His personal tally goes up to 8. It's now 24 without loss into the 4th over.
Yeah, some good cricket being played by Grenada here. St. Lucia being forced to make an early change, bringing in Tariq Edwards as he completes his first over here at Sion Hill, as the wind gets a little bit higher, a little bit heavier, and the clouds get a little bit lower.
Yes, you were right in terms of the wind blowing the rain in the direction now that it normally comes from, because we are seeing a bit of a dark cloud in that vicinity. So as we said, it's a matter of when this rain will actually come down, when the umpire will actually call on the covers as well. They have to be proactive in their approach. Don't want to wait too late before calling on the covers. But it appears that we're going to have another over as we see Clark. McKenny Clark again comes in for his third over. This one is just coming forward and opening the face of the bat. The man there, Tariq Edwards, in the gully, making a stop, and no run is conceded. Umpires to the umpire Butler, Dayton Butler, and Afram Bayam.
Yes, two young Vincentian umpires standing here in the finals of the Super 50. Sponsored by 4 lotteries from the Windards Islands. Stifled appeal again outside the off stump. Not outside umpire Butler.
It's a bit of a standoff, really, in terms of the rain versus the groundsman and the umpire.
Well, in time, we will see who would win that race. Well, I think the weather would have the first say.
Fingers crossed, as Clark again is bowling on a good length. So he has been able to pull back his length a bit, and his direction has improved as well into his third over.
Yes, he's not express pace. He's medium pace, really. He's hitting some good lengths just on the off stump and causing him just to bring the batter forward. There's a slip, there's a gully, actually on a backward point. So he has hit that length just outside the off stump on the fourth stump and causing Regis to play on the front foot on a regular basis.
I think Jeremiah as well, Kenroy, if my memory serves me correct, he was the opener for the Windward Islands under-19 team in the previous tournament. So good to see him elevate again to the higher level, and he's doing well so far in the tournament. I think maybe the only team we haven't seen an under-19 player really elevated to the first team would be the Vincentian team, unfortunately. But we'll come back to that as Clark comes again and is a bit full and he's driving it up to mid-off. Shadrach, the scat, comes around. Can't prevent the single there. So another single added to the total 25. Now Grenada without loss.
Yeah, some good batting by these two here from Grenada. They know that they have to put up a challenging total for the St. Lucians. We've been having an excellent tournament. They're actually unbeaten so far in this tournament, and they're looking to end this tournament with that record being kept intact.
It's Regis back in strike. So he's playing back up the pitch. In terms of the crowd so far, it's not a big crowd as such. I think maybe most of the fans disappointing that they're not seeing the Vincentian team here at Sion Hill. And that journey to Cumberland is a very long one as well.
Yes, a pretty long way down to go up, to come back up north. And you have to leave rather early. Traffic is not bad to get down there. There's not much traffic, but the drive and those terrains something to see.
Coincidentally, I actually went down that region yesterday afternoon. I took a drive down to Richmond, the last part of the leeward coast. Cumberland is a wonderful playing field, I must say. Never really played there or did any sort of commentary there, but hopefully sometime in the near future I'll get that opportunity as Tariq Edward once again into his second over. So St. Lucia sticking with spin from that end, and the seamer Clark continuing from the flow end. As this one is a bit full on the line of the leg stump, Jeremiah would feel that he would have missed out on that occasion. As we look at the feed, there's a man at slip, a man at backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, long on, straightish mid-wicket, a man now moving into square leg, and a man there at deep square leg. This one is hitting him on the pad. So a bit of calm coming to the proceedings now after a rollicking start from the Grenadans.
Yes, and I think that's the thing I like about Melius and his captaincy. He's always on top of his game, and immediately when the fast bowlers didn't do as well as they ought to, he went to his spinner Edwards, and he has halted the score here at Sion Hill, and there's a plan. The field set tells you that there's a plan, and he's bowling into the body of Regis.
This one, he's coming into the line there, Jeremiah, and just helping this one on its way down to a fine leg region. It's a shot we saw him employed even in the last game versus the Vincentian team. So that's something Melis has to be mindful of in terms of perhaps getting a man there at short, fine leg. Because anything on the line of the leg stump, then we see in Jeremiah just coming into the line and walking it in that occasion, in that direction. 27 without loss. It's flighting. This one's a lovely shot over extra cover. One bounce into the fence for 4. A shot that we have seen him employed a lot in his previous innings.
Yes, a good shot there by Jeremiah. That was tossed on the off stump, and Edwards missing his line and length, and Jeremiah crashing into that and played a lovely shot over cover. One bounce into the fence, and all they had to do is retrieve that ball, and really a good start here for Grenada.
It's 31 without loss. It actually almost went all the way, Kenroy. I think it was just a couple of meters, millimeters, from the fence. It just shows you the extent to which he would have timed that particular shot. But just to go back to Edward, earlier on in the over, you were saying that he's bowling the ball straight, not giving the batters any room.
Yes.
But on that occasion, just losing his line a bit and a bit fuller as well. And when Jeremiah saw that, his eyes lit up really, and he executed a well-played shot over extra cover, one bounce into the fence. So his innings is definitely up and running. Grenada, they're up and running as well, 31 without loss. 6 overs completed as we see Clark into another over. He's into his 4th. None for 10 so far. And Regis, he's on 8. And Jeremiah is on 15. Current run rate of just over 5 runs per over. Projected total of 252. A bit too early to be talking about projections. But it'll be interesting to see what type of total the Grenadians really set here today. As this one again, good batting from the Grenadians again. There was Regis coming forward and just pushing it up to the man there, Descartes at mid-off. He ran in, but just going to prevent that single. So good batting, good rotation of strike. And as we saw, they both have the power to find the boundary whenever the opportunity presents itself.
Yes, you're talking about totals. I think that the Grenadians need to get a total of over 250 runs here to make this game very competitive for the St. Lucians. They've been batting pretty well as a team. And just to note, as I said earlier, Bishop is missing. So this partnership here is critically important as how they lay the foundations for the others to come.
It's a short delivery, wide signal there by umpire, by him at square leg. And I think Mr. Butler will also indicate 1 for the over. So McKenny Clark just testing the middle of a wicket for once. Unfortunately for him, the direction wasn't up to standard. Yes, it's interesting to see that Grenada maybe doing what they would have favored as well. Coming out of the last game, they batted first. They were insulted actually by the Vincentian team, and they posted 259. St. Lucia, they would have chased down a very reasonable target against the Dominicans. As this one getting the inner portion of the bat, and once again good running from these two, coming back for a second. No signal from umpire Butler, so tells me he got a bit of an inside edge on that occasion. So yes, St. Lucia coming from that good chase that they had in the previous game. So they doing what they perhaps is more comfortable doing in terms of chasing, and Grenada, they would have some confidence coming forward, having put a total on the board in the last game and defended it.
Yes, and really they played pretty well against St. Vincent. They held their own. They played as a team. Everybody did what they're supposed to do. The bowlers came in and bowled the batters bat. And as you say, that teamwork, that effort that they put in together as a team worked for them against St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And this is what they have to do against the St. Lucians as well.
Yes, it's all about consistency. And it's fair to say that both of these teams have been the most consistent teams we have seen in the tournament. I think the Vincentians, they were rather unfortunate, one could say, in terms of the second game versus the St. Lucians being abandoned due to the weather. Not to take anything away from these two teams, they have played well in this tournament. And the Vincentians definitely will need to go back to the drawing boards if they are to really come back with a bang in the next year's tournament?
Well, the St. Lucians have really stormed ahead of all the other teams, in my opinion, taking that big leap of bringing their young players into the fore, and they are doing exceptionally well in the tournament, and really handing over leadership to them. And they are saying, listen, this is how we want to go forward for the future. And it has started out pretty well for them. As we can see during all the other tournaments, St. Lucia has been with us. The under-19, the under-15s. That's a lovely stop by the man feeling that covers there, no run. And really, they have done exceptionally well in all formats, all different teams from St. Lucia for the past year or two.
It tells me that there's a good structure in place, and once you have that structure in place, then you'll tend to see the returns being manifested in all areas, really. As another over comes to an end, 7 overs completed. Grenada 35 without loss here in the Windward Islands Senior Men's 50 over tournament final being played at the Sion playing field. Just an update in terms of the weather. I was just about to speak about the standoff once again. Well, just as I am saying that, we are seeing a bit of drizzle coming down, and I think the umpires will actually call on the covers. So unfortunately for you, the viewers, at this point in time, we are going to see an interruption in the play here at the Sion playing field. Earlier this morning, St. Lucia, they won the toss. They elected to field first. Grenada, they're off to a very good start, 35 without loss. What's your assessment so far, Kenroy, of proceedings?
A very good start to this finals of the Super 50 here at Sion Hill between these two teams. As you said before, they were very consistent during the tournament, the games that they have gotten to play, and they have played together as a team. Both teams are playing well as a team. And what would be critical here is that somebody like a Descartes, Bishop is not playing for Grenada. Somebody puts up their hand and say, I'm going to be the outstanding person today for my team. That would make the difference in these finals.
Okay, thank you very much for those thoughts, Kenroy. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a short break, and we'll bring live action for you whenever that opportunity presents itself. But for now, we are going to have a break in play due to a shower. We're hoping that it would be short. So we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes' time.
Welcome back to Sion playing field, where we're here at the finals. Grenada versus St. Lucia. And we see the start of play. The rain has subsided. And a massive six been hit here by Jeremiah. And Chico has been introduced into the bowling. And he has gone the distance so far in this over. Welcome back, my co-commentator. How's that?
Yes, it's good to be back, Kenroy. Seen an improvement in the weather conditions, and the Grenadian team will looking to build on the start that they have made so far. The St. Lucian team introducing Chico into this attack, but it's not been the best of starts from him. 2 no balls in this over, and now we have seen a massive 6 there from Jeremiah, just picking up also where he left off in the previous encounter.
Well, it's final day here at Sion Hill. Grenada versus St. Lucia. Had a break. And Grenada has started like they are out some fire somewhere, calling the fire service. Excellent over so far. Getting some 2-6s, some bad deliveries from Chico as they continue to play here at Sion Hill. Now 44 without loss. 44 without loss. So the break has done Grenada pretty well.
Yes, that appears to be the team that has restarted the innings.
Well,
this is a good delivery, and he's actually out. He's caught behind there, Regis. So it was a good delivery there from Chico. We mentioned the inconsistencies in terms of his over so far, having bowled 2 no ball, and also being hit for a big 6 there from Jeremiah. But on this occasion, just getting the right line, the right length, something that we've been calling for on this particular wicket. A bit of movement away from the batter as well, taking the outside portion of Regis' bat. So the St. Lucians, they get their first breakthrough. And Grenada, they're 45 for the loss of 1.
Well, I was saying that the break has worked for Grenada, but it has turned around, and St. Lucia has taken their first wicket here. First scalp going to Chico. A good breakthrough, 44 for 1. And really, the sun has just been pushing through the clouds. So there's a different outlook here at Sion Hill, and really happy to see that the rain has subsided. And hopefully that we'll get a full day's play of cricket here at Sion Hill. So Regis just coming back to the pavilion, been given a round of applause for his efforts. But St. Lucia has picked the first cherry for the morning, that of Regis, and Chico has the ball in his hand. He has his first wicket. Grenada 44 for 1. So that brings
Samuel Charles, yes.
Charles to the crease. He would join Jeremiah, who is unbeaten on 17.
It's a very good breakthrough there for the Lucian team. The partnership was getting worrying. Both batters were able to walk the ball into the gaps, and we saw the power displayed by both of them on numerous occasions. So it's good to get that early wicket. That would definitely lift their spirits, having resumed after a short break. It's interesting, Kenroy, that most wickets normally fall after a break. The batting team never seem to benefit from a break, as this one is a full delivery, and there was Charles looking to hit one somewhere in the region of the old airport.
Well, he had a hoo-ha that one, really. Pitch outside here, some white thing by the umpire, looking to hit it somewhere close to Annisville playing field on the old airport. Really had a hard go at that one. Didn't connect. But he gets himself a wide. Grenada gets himself a wide. Another run to the total. 45 for 1 here at Sion Hill as the sun comes out through the clouds.
This one is on the line of the leg stump. Played with a degree of calmness on that occasion. In contrast to what we saw from the previous delivery. So maybe Jeremiah going down and having a word with him really worked out for the better. So he's up and running. He's on 1. Grenada, they're now 47 for the loss of 1.
Well, he probably thought it was a free hit.
That's a good way of putting it. Maybe that's the only explanation for such an injudicious shot. The man informed Jeremiah back on strike. This one is a good delivery, and he's beating everything down to the fence for 4. Actually, 4-run signal here by umpire Bayam. So just getting the bat down in time there, getting the inner portion of the bat. A bit of swing there from Chico as well. So he's definitely ended this over much better than how he started it. But 4 more runs saw Jeremiah. He moves on to 28. Grenada they're up to 51 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, really good delivery there by Chico. And really, just Jeremiah just squeezing that one past the leg stump, and it went down to the fine leg fence for 4 runs. But a really good delivery bowler by Chico.
This one is full again. Getting a bit more bat on this one, Jeremiah. As an expensive over comes to an end, but a successful one as well for Chico and St. Lucia. After 8 overs, Grenada, after being insulted this morning here in the cricket Windward Islands Senior Men 50 over tournament, they are 51 for the loss of 1.
Yes, a good position to be in. Unfortunately, they have lost wicket number 1, that of Regis. And that brought Charles to the crease. Jeremiah, the man who have scored a lot of runs last year in the tournament. I think he had the most runs, Jeremiah, in this Super 50 tournament. So he's there for Grenada. They're looking to set a platform for the others to come, looking for a total of at least 250 to make this total competitive for St. Lucia, who has been batting well in this tournament as well. As we see another bowling change for the St. Lucian, Larry Edwards, the veteran Edwards now comes into the attack here from the Lime end.
Let's just update our viewers in terms of no overs being lost due to that short interruption. It's just that the cutoff point for this first innings will be 135. So we still have a full complement of 50 overs, which is good to see. We want to see both teams being able to bat those 50 overs, and hopefully we have a good competitive game here this afternoon. As Larry Edward, you mentioned being very experienced, we saw quite a bit of him in the VPL as well, Larry Edward. And he's perhaps the premier spinner in this bowling outfit. This one again is down the leg side. And umpire Butler. No signal from him, so maybe just brushing the pad. 52 for 1. Left arm orthodox coming around the wicket to the right hand of Charles. It will be interesting to see how Charles goes based on the shot we saw in the previous over. Maybe someone who doesn't really like to take his time, just want to feel bat on ball from very early. And
well, he has gone into a different mode of operation. He has batted a few, played a few defensive shots. Probably that little talk from Jeremiah calmed him down.
This one again coming back with the arm on the line of the leg stump. Just striking Charles on the tie pad. There's no run again. This time he's punching this one off the back foot. So it does seem to possess a bit of power, Charles. Just a matter of curbing that natural instincts and giving himself a chance, really, giving himself the opportunity to get used to the conditions here. And I'm sure later on in his innings he can actually pick up his scoring rate.
Well, you have to play ball on merit here. He's batting at number 3, a critical position in any batting unit. And these two need now to bat at least up to 20-25 overs and try to get a partnership together, as I said, to lay the foundation for others to come and really pile on the runs. If St. Lucia do get another wicket, then it may be a different scenario.
Yes, wickets are key for St. Lucia team. That's really the most effective way of actually slowing down the batting team. And none more so important than the wicket of Jeremiah. So far he has played well, he has looked secure, he has been selective in his approach, and definitely looks like a man on a mission, really, Jeremiah. This time he's cutting this one straight to the man there. Actually, is it caught? Yes, so maybe I put the Mickey out on him there, Kenway Martin. From our direction here, it was hard to really decipher whether it was caught in the air or on the ground. But apparently, he actually cut it straight to the man there at backward point. So Jeremiah goes. A big wicket there for the St. Lucian team. Grenada, they lose their second. It's now 53 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, a soft dismissal there really by Jeremiah. Came back and cut that delivery from the veteran Edwards. And it went straight into the hands of the man at short backward point, really. He dove and took a simple catch. Well, it looks rather difficult from here, but it was a simple catch straight into the hands. And Grenada has lost wicket number 2, that of their leading scorer, Jeremiah. And really, this turns the screw on the game here somewhat. that these new batsmen now have to get themselves in and set a target for St. Lucia. But St. Lucia, 2 early wickets after the break. Very good for them. Hard luck to Jeremiah. He looked good, but he just needed to carry on.
Yes, the rain not really working out well here for the Grenadian team. It always seemed to affect the batting team in some way. A break of any sort. The break also gives the bowling team an opportunity to reassess, come up with new bowling plans, and perhaps that's something that happened during the break there for the St. Lucian team.
Yeah, and immediately after the break, a bowling change was made, that of Chico. He came into the attack. He went for 2 sixes in that over, but at the end of the over, he got that wicket. And then from there on in, here, another bowling change with Larry Edwards, and automatically St. Lucia have changed their game plans after the break as well.
Yes, the new batter being Darren Ned, who scored a half century in the previous game, was the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So he's coming into this game with a bit of form as well. This one is played up the pitch there from Charles. So settle down a bit here, Charles. After that first shot, we all thought that it was a matter of time before we saw some boundaries or the back of him. But in his following 4 to 5 balls, we've seen a bit of calm coming into his play. I think it's the right thing to do as well, especially on this wicket.
I said as you bat, the wicket will get a little bit easier.
This one is full.
Has a little bit in there for the Pacers. So the difference between this wicket and the one at Cumberland is that the Cumberland wicket is drier. It's a drier surface. This one, it holds. And the amount of turn you would extract from the Cumberland playing field, the Cumberland wicket, you would not extract it here at Sion Hill.
As Chico once again. This one is full on the line of the off stump. That time in it so far, Samuel Charles spoke about Darren Ned. Was really impressed with his innings in the last game. Came in at a crucial time after the big partnership with Teddy Bishop and Johan Jeremiah. The platform was already set for him, so he came and played freely. Scored that half century of 42 balls, I think. So scoring that more than a run a ball on that particular occasion. It will be interesting to see how he goes today. Coming in with the team in a spot about a 53 for 2. As Charles is playing this one past him on their backward point for a single. So one more added to his personal tally. He goes up to 3. It's now 54 for the loss of 2.
Yes, 2 new batters at the crease. They have to start St. Lucia. 2 wickets in their hand, in the huddle. They have to continue bowling as well as they are doing. So it's a even Stevens game here, really. Can't say that it's with St. Lucia and can't say that it's with Grenada. So some good cricket being played here at Sion Hill between both teams thus far. And do hope that it continues during the day.
Yes, both teams will be reasonably pleased with the start. Grenada having lost 2 wickets in the last 2 overs or so. They might find a bit of disappointment in that. But the St. Lucian team, after conceding perhaps a bit too much runs, too many runs in the original 3 overs or so, they've managed to peg it back a bit. And they'll be buoyed by those 2 wickets that they would have managed to accumulate the last couple of overs, and none more so than the wicket of Jeremiah.
Yes, and to see the back of Jeremiah is something good for the St. Lucians. And 2 new batters at the crease, it gives you a different game plan when you have somebody like Larry Edwards, who's a measly bowler from the other end, and Chico, who is operating pretty nicely from this end as well. This one is a short lifted one, struck him somewhere in the helmet. I think there will be a concussion test here. It's required.
Yes, just following the usual protocols. The medic, our esteemed medic, has done a very good job so far. Very efficient. As we see her making her way out to the middle. All eyes on her at this point in time. As a short break here in the game, 54 for the loss of 2.
Yes, it's just something that the ICC has introduced for the cricketers. Some things we take for granted. So They have to do this test. It's all on her. Make sure that all the faculties are working and they're intact so that he could continue batting. Hope he's not a little bit dizzy or anything. But being struck on the head is no joke really by a 5.5 ounces white ball.
It's a good change of length as well from Chico. What we've seen so far from him, it's not the quickest in terms of pace, but on that occasion, maybe bending his back a bit more and getting it up in that uncomfortable area for Darren Ned. Just faced 2 deliveries so far. So you're not missing any cricket here. Just a delivery hitting Darren Ned on his helmet, and as my commentator alluded to, just following the usual protocols here as it relates to concussion, and a check is being done currently by the physio. So going through the paces here. 54 for the loss of 2. Just an update. Well, the last update we had from the Cumberland playing field, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they were insulted by the Dominican team and they were 39 for the loss of 2. As time goes by, we'll get more updates for you. As time, we'll get more update for you. You can also switch to that stream as well, that live stream, and the Windward Island Volcanoes page on Facebook or ITFX. And those of you at home maybe just finished cooking, finished washing, and you need something to do this afternoon, you can head down here to the finals at the Sion playing field. Enjoy some good cricket here between 2 of the more consistent teams in the tournament. Coming into this game, St. Lucia, they accumulated 24 points. Grenada, they accumulated 20. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 11. And Dominica, they have failed to register a point so far in the tournament. So these 2 teams sitting pretty comfortable at the top of the table for a reason.
Indeed, they are very comfortable. And as play continues here, resume. The umpire waves to the scorers, looking for that signal. That concussion test has been completed by the physio, so he's okay to go. What I've always looked at in the St. Lucian team is Melius, the way that he marshals his troops. He has never allowed the batters to settle. He has all been making the changes and causing them to think as well.
That's important from a captain's point of view. You have to be proactive. That's something we were speaking about earlier. Not only proactive in terms of your batting, but in the field as well is important, as we see Charles punching this one comfortably down to the man there at long on for a single. 55 for the loss of 2. So always thinking ahead. That is what cricket is all about. It's a thinking sport, really. As you mentioned, he has led his troops well, Kimani Melius, former West Indies under-19 captain as well. So he has had the experience at a reasonable level. And he'll be looking to push on, not only in this tournament, but maybe for the Windward Islands as well. As we see Larry Edward, a good-looking shot there from Darren Ned. He's one of those batters that you enjoy looking at, Darren Ned. Not sure if you've seen him before, Kenroy, but does seem to have all the attributes really to be a good cricketer, not only for Grenada but for the Windward Islands also.
It's very stylish, techniques look intact, and he's very attractive to look at.
I think the challenge will be for him, as we mentioned, he came into a comfortable situation in the last game. This is more a situation that requires a bit of consolidation between both of these players. This one is flighted. There goes Charles down to long off. So playing the ball in the V, both of these players, which is what is required. Larry Edward using all of his guile, all of his experience to at least try and make some breakthroughs here for the St. Lucian team and put further pressure on the Grenadans in terms of denting their progress.
Well, he's hoping to do that from his perspective, but the Grenadians need to get a partnership going here between these 2. Edwards, one of the tighter bowlers, as we see a change in feel, as Melissa said, he always on the ball. And as he made that change, that ball went directly to that field, and that brings you over to an end. And after the end of that over, St. Lucia 57 for 2, with the veteran Larry Edwards completing a second over.
Yes, 1 for 5 so far, so he has bowled miserly. Spoke about his experience at this level. And it's really coming to the forefront there in his spell so far. So it's going to be critical how the Grenadian batters seek to play Larry Edward. They would have seen a lot of him in the past. I guess it would be a matter of just trying to not to do anything extravagant against him, but if the opportunity presents itself, you take full advantage, but more so try and limit the kind of damage that is done by the premier spinner in this St. Lucia outfit.
Yeah, what is important as well is that St. Lucia, they're bowling nicely, they're bowling tightly, and Grenada can't lose another wicket. So it's a cat and mouse game here, and who deals with the pressure best would get you this day.
So it's down the leg side. Wide signal by umpire Byam. St. Lucia fielders there maybe just trying to influence the umpire in some way. Byam stood firm and signal wide. It's another single, 58 for the loss of 2. So just another wicket here, Kenra, would really tilt the balance towards St. Lucia, it must be said. Currently it's a bit even Stevens, and Chico will be hoping that he can present the opportunities for his captain as Charles once again looking for that big shot. Not making any sort of connection. But still pace, still good pace and carrying this particular wicket there from Chico.
Yes, a good delivery from Chico outside the off stump. Charles trying to get on top of that delivery. Really had wasn't even close to that. Into the keeper's glove. He took that ball just above his head height. So Chico just bowling with some pace here at Sion Hill. Again, a lifting delivery. Was very uncomfortable in the ribcage area. Could hear the song off the glove of the batter. So Chico hitting some good length here.
Yes, Chico, a tall player, seemed to be hitting that uncomfortable length that the batsman would normally talk about. Just back of a length, and the wicket itself just giving a bit of a lift. Right, so Samuel Charles here is definitely being tested. His patience, his technique. This one is short, and he's pulling this one, and thankfully for him, not making any sort of connection. The scat there for a while in the covers. Got excited, but all is well that ends well there for Charles and the Grenadian team.
Well, that was a short lifting delivery, and he went for the pull, and it was on to him quicker than he expected, and only ballooned up to the man at short extra cover Descartes, who couldn't get to it. So some good intelligent bowling here by the young Chico from St. Lucia, and he has to be careful as to how he go about his innings here. It's Charles as he pulls out. Wasn't ready for that one. Melius, I think, was having something to say to his feelers, and he rightfully pulled out of his stance.
But it's been somewhat of a mixed bag so far from Charles in terms of what we've seen from him. At times we've seen him being a bit assured, playing the ball in the V, looking for the singles, and at times also he has played a bit of a rash shot after being under pressure for a while, as this one is playing comfortably past the man there at backward point, and he gets a single down to third man. In that pass, McKenny Clark there at backward point, the opening bowler. Often you will see an opening fast bowler feeding at backward point. But on this occasion, that's the case with St. Lucia. 59 for the loss of 2 into over number 12.
Well, the wickets still have a little bit of a tennis bounce. It tells me that there's some more moisture in that wicket. Charles just hitting a good length and it's bouncing up to the chest area. So it tells me, and it's cool condition here as well. He's making use of it.
It's a lovely shot there, over long off, all the way for 6. We spoke about the talent of this young man, Darren Ned. We spoke about his class, and that was manifested in that particular shot.
Well, Charles missing his length there, went a little bit too full, and Ned, a free-flowing batter, had no problems with executing that over mid-off into the fence for 6. A handsome shot that was.
Yes, we saw quite a bit of this in his previous game, Darren Ned. Really a classy man to look at, a classy batsman to look at, the type of player that you will pay your money to really come in and see. And the fact that the admission here today is free, Kenroy, I'm sure everybody getting their money's worth. As he's playing this one smartly down to the man there at fine leg. Larry Edward coming in and limiting the batters there to a single. So good batting after hitting a 6. Just walking that one down to fine leg. So good end to the over there for Grenada. At the end of the 12th, they are 65 for the loss of 2 here in the Windward Island Senior Men 50 over tournament final.
What is evident as well is that the batters, they are not fierce. They are not afraid to play their shots. Despite the situation, they are playing their shots. They are playing their natural game, which is very good, and that can only help. Don't mind the situation. You go play your natural game. Stick with things, and it works out nicely for you. St. Lucia, just sticking to the basics, doing what is required of them, and really a kind of tense session here at Sion Hill between these two teams.
Yes, confidence. I think confidence is the word that we could use to describe Darren Ned at this point in time. Mentioned coming into the game with a half century in the previous encounter. And that shot in the previous over just showed the kind of confidence he's oozing right now. And it goes back to what we were saying about the wicket as well, Ken, right? It seemed to be an easy pace wicket, a good wicket for you as a batsman to play through the line, as we saw in the last over there from Ned. And also for the bowlers to get a bit of bounce as well if you're hitting the right lengths. You mentioned that delivery perhaps a little bit fuller than what we have seen from Chico so far, but it was an equally good shot from Darren Ned, hitting the ball on the up really for a massive 6.
Yeah, once you miss your line, miss your length, you'll be dealt with on this wicket. As Edwards continued to be measly here at Sion Hill, hitting that line back of the length, bringing him on the front foot, and really just bowling to his field, bowling to a plan.
Spoke about Captain Melius coming into close to Darren Ned there just to get the angles right. Seemed to be one of those meticulous type of characters, just want everything to be perfect before every delivery is bowled. Not a bad trait. This one is stroked beautifully again. Out to the man there at long off. Darren Ned in full flow here at the Sion Hill playing field. Definitely loving conditions here.
Yeah, the ball coming out of the middle of the bat sounding sweetly there from Ned. And a good sign for Grenada, a good sign for him. That's a positive thing with the Grenada here. There's a loud appeal. Oh my God, the finger goes up. Wicket number 3. He's gone LBW to Edwards. And Grenada have lost wicket number 3.
Yes, well bowled there from Larry Edward. That one perhaps a bit quicker, coming in with the arm. There was Charles on his back foot. Perhaps should have been forward on that occasion. So his innings come to an end. We mentioned the inconsistent nature of his innings so far. Just wasn't able to get any sort of momentum into his innings as opposed to what we have seen from Darren Ned so far. And another wicket there for St. Lucia. So they continue to chip away at the wickets here in this final. Grenada are 67 for the loss of 3. 12.5 overs completed.
Yeah, quicker delivery there by Edwards, catching Charles on his back foot. Didn't have an answer for that, and umpire Butler had no hesitation of bringing up that index finger, and he went out LBW, well bowled to the man from St. Lucia, Larry Edwards.
We spoke about his spell so far. This is the 3rd over, 2 for 6. So definitely not giving anything away. And just some smart bowling, really consistent bowling. I'm just bowling in that line, just middle and off stump. I'm getting some to turn away, some coming back with the arm. So he's using all his experience, all of his guile, to really put his hand up for his team today. And definitely now tilted slightly towards St. Lucia, as we were saying before, a wicket. That wicket would have done so. The Grenadian team, though, they continue to score at a reasonable rate. The current run rate is 5.22. So they're not scoring at a bad rate. It's just that those wickets would definitely dent their progress in the long term.
Yeah, that wicket column says a lot here in this game. It's pretty early days here for these two teams, especially batting here at Sion Hill. 67 for 3, just about 12.3 overs bowled, 12.3? 12.5 overs have been bowled. And really to lose 3 of your better batters before at least the halfway stage, it tells a story.
Correct. And even before the game, we were speaking about the issue of Teddy Bishop not being in the side. That's a big loss for the Grenadian team. Bishop, another man in form, scored a half century in the previous game. The new batsman being Devoney Joseph, yes. And that forced delivery, wrapping him on a pad. So end up a successful over there from Larry Edward with 1 run coming from it. But crucially for the St. Lucian team, the wicket of Samuel Charles. So 67 for the loss of 3, 13 overs completed.
Yeah, Charles never really got going. His 4 shot indicated that he wanted to be aggressive. And really from there on in, he never really got going, never hit the ball in the middle. And unfortunately for him, Larry Edwards caught him on the back foot with a good slider and caught him LBW. Grenada have lost their 3rd wicket as Chico continues to bowl well from the top end. He's bowling over number 4 here in his spell.
Yes, as Darren Ned once again facing up to Chico. This one is really a swipe across the line, really. Ill-advised at this stage, having lost the wicket of Charles in the previous over. But such is the confidence of Darren Ned at this point in time. He will feel that any delivery being served up at this point in time can actually go to the fence.
Yeah, but he has to be careful as well with the situation of the present situation of the game. He has to play this game based on situation. This is a finals. Yes, you are confident, but then you have to think about your team as well.
This one is a short delivery once again, lifting. Ned not being the tallest of players, but Chico, he has been prepared to test him on that particular length. In a couple of overs ago, he actually hit him in the helmet. So that's something to think about there from Darren Ned as he faces up to Chico.
Well, Ned trying to get things going here for Grenada. They have been subdued by some good bowling. And really good, cool conditions here for cricket. Good conditions for fast bowl as well, as Chico continues to operate.
That's a lovely shot for 6. We spoke about the length that he was bowling, trying to test how well Darren Ned can play that short delivery, and that was the answer he got there. A lovely pull shot over deep fine leg for 6. And the score moves on to 73 for the loss of 3.
Well, that was dug into the wicket there, looking to get above head height. But Ned was equal to the task, and he smashed that over the boundary for 6. A really good shot by him.
As Chico, what would be his reply? This one is a bit fuller. And there goes Ned on his front foot. Just can't pierce the man there at backward point.
Ned is batting with a lot of confidence, as you said. He's not feared by the situation which is presently with Grenada. He is playing his game, and I think that could work for him. I understand, but the thing is that you have to play situations as well. Have to be careful. He can't lose another wicket in quick succession.
Definitely. This one is short again. He's back and played it up to the man there, McKenny Clark, running in from point region. Yes, as long as Ned is there, I think the Grenadian team will be quite confident that the scoring rate would be at a reasonable rate. On the other hand, from a St. Lucia perspective, they'll be hoping that they can see the back of him soon, because so far everything has really been out of the middle of the bat, and this ground appears not to be big enough whenever he times the ball that well. Another short delivery there, Ned. This time perhaps on the line of the off stump, and well played in the end by him, not being tempted in any way to attempt that hook shot, he played earlier on in the over. So it's the end of that over, 6 runs coming from it. Grenada, after being insulted by St. Lucia here in this final, they're 73 for the loss of 3.
Well, good competitive cricket between these two teams. They have played consistently well throughout this Super 50 tournament. St. Lucia, they have played exceptionally well as a team. A pretty young team they are, St. Lucia. And Grenada, we know for their flamboyance. They come from the Spice Isle. They have a very good batting unit and bowling unit as well. They're here in the finals at Sion Hill, and really we are set for a very, very exciting finals here today as Larry Edwards continue to bowl here for St. Lucia, and Devani Joseph is well behind that delivery. We know him from the Under-19 tournament as well.
Yes, I was just about to mention that. We saw quite a bit of him in the last 2 editions of the West Indies Under-19 tournament. I think he actually scored 100 in this year's tournament there at Park Hill. So someone who likes to get going as well, a very positive batter. So he'll be looking to give himself an opportunity to get a good start and hopefully blossom later on in his innings. But I'm sure Larry Edward, he has other ideas. 2 overs, 2 for 6 so far in his 4th over. So definitely not giving anything away. And that's something we spoke about in terms of how the Grenadian batters are going to play Larry Edward.
Well, Joseph have not set this tournament alight as yet. Today would be a very good day for him as he turns at one off his part to mid-wicket, calling for one. This could be trouble. But he was sent back by his partner.
So Joseph hits off the mark. And his total moves up to 74 for 3. There's a little bit of confusion there in terms of the running. That's something they will need to sort out. I'm very early in this partnership. Yes, Larry Edward, 2 for 7 so far into his 4th over. Definitely not giving anything away to the Grenadians. They will have to develop some sort of strategy in terms of how they're going to accumulate runs from his bowling and also prevent him from taking wickets.
Well, the best way of doing that is hitting the ball in, playing the ball on its merit, hitting it down, mid-off, mid-on, look for the bad delivery, which is few and far in between. That's a good delivery. Just pitching and spinning into the keeper's glove. Well bowled to Larry again. He has just found that line and length, nagging line and length outside the off stump.
That's a beautiful delivery there, coming in with the arm, but pitched and turned away. And Captain Melius right away opting to have a slip in operation now. Evidence of that turn. We could argue that that should have been the case in the first place, having Larry bowling this well and to give him as much support in the circle. So he's hitting this one uppish, straight to the man there, right on the edge of the circle there, at extra cover. Appears to be Chico. Yeah, so Chico definitely in the game here this afternoon. A loose shot there from Darren Ned. We were praising the way he was hitting the ball earlier on. But once again, maybe the experience of Larry Edward coming to the forefront. A bit slower, outside the off stump. Darren Ned, his eyes lit up really. Aiming somewhere over extra cover. But unfortunately for him, just picking out the tall figure of Chico there in the covers. So another big wicket here for the St. Lucia team. And the Grenada in a spot of bother now. 74 for the loss of 4.
Well, I spoke about it. I spoke about the situations which arise here. And really, yes, Ned is confident, but you have to play the game based on situations. The situations which exist now, the situation which exists now is that 2 batters need to sit at the crease and bat at least up to 30 overs or so, 25 to 30 overs, and build a partnership. The stroke playing would have come later, but you have to be very circumspect when it comes to these things. Had Larry bowling exceptionally well, and he challenged him, and he lost. So a good wicket for St. Lucia again, and I think Ned just misread the whole situation and fell victim to his confidence.
Yes, we spoke about our word confidence, and as you mentioned, confidence can go either way. Kenroy, confidence can build you as a player in terms of a batter. In a situation in terms of Ned coming into this game with a half century behind his belt, we were speaking about the fact that the situation is what is the difference in this case. Coming into the game quite comfortable in the last game, having the foundation already set for him. But on this occasion, he needed to set the foundation. And unfortunately for him, he was not able to stay there in the wicket long enough really to pose any sort of significant threat to the St. Lucia team.
Not taking anything away from Larry Edwards and Chico. They have bowled exceptionally well in tandem for St. Lucia since that break, and they have picked up wickets consistently. As Chico continues to bowl for St. Lucia, the sun is out in all his glory. And Joseph, as I said, he needs to come to the party today. There's no Bishop. So somebody has to put up their hands and say, listen, man, I'm going to take the place of Bishop. He had 3 half centuries coming into this finals. Unfortunately, he couldn't make this one due to injury. And really, it is left now up to Joseph and his partner to carry Grenada to that total that they need.
Yes, Teddy Bishop, that was a big miss. And you spoke about that fact earlier, Kenroy. You actually had a chat with him before the game started. I heard you mentioning that it's a big miss for him not to be in this final, and it's turning out that way. Most of these batters really coming up one in terms of the batting order. Right? Normally Teddy Bishop would slot in right at the number 3 position. So we have the likes of Ryan John coming in now at number 6 in the order. An experienced campaigner. I think he's the captain as well. Good strike off the ball, but more so what is required at this point in time is just building a partnership with the youngster at the other end, Devoney Joseph, who, as you mentioned also, is searching for runs. This one is outside the off stump. The Captain Melius must be applauded though, and even the management team. After the water break, there was a change in terms of the strategy. We saw the introduction of Chico and Larry Edwards straight away, and that change has actually paid dividends for the St. Lucia team.
Yes, you have bowled exceptionally well in this after that break, and they have bowled well in tandem. Chico is hitting that lovely length outside the off stump. He has bowled a short delivery. He has tested the batters, and Larry consistently bowled on the line and the length and really drying up the runs and creating the pressure, and that is what caused the wicket. This one has been punched back past the bowler from Joseph. He's gone for 1, he's coming back for 2. So a good positive shot there by Joseph against the bowling of Chico. 2 runs to him, 2 runs to Grenada.
Yes, 76 for the loss of 4. Good shot, as you mentioned, playing it on the up, really. A short of a length delivery, that nagging length that we have seen from Chico in this particular spell. To his 5th over, 1 for 34, so he has gone for quite a bit of runs. Remember, he didn't really start well. Gave away a couple of no balls, and he was hit for a massive 6 from Jeremiah. But he has come back, as you mentioned, and really in the middle of a very good spell. There's a bit of confusion once again between these two. Devoney Joseph seemed to be quite anxious to get up to the other end, but his captain Ryan John was having none of it. Sent him back.
Ryan John needs to come to the party today as well. These two good cricketers, 2 good young cricketers. Ryan John, a very good all-rounder, playing in the VPL for the Breakers. A very crucial man for that team. But Devoney, very talented wicketkeeper batsman. That one is beating him outside the off stump, Chico, as he hits that line just on the 4th stump into the keeper's glove. And that brings you over to an end. A really good over bowl by Chico again, keeping the pressure on the batters for Grenada and really doing the job for St. Lucia.
Yes, brilliant there from Chico. Just pitching on and about the off stump, moving away from the left-handed Joseph. But thankfully for Joseph and the Grenadian team, no edge was found. But Chico continues to impress. He's a tall man, hitting the deck hard, and really utilizing the conditions here to full effect at the Sandhill playing field here in the Windward Island Senior Men 50 over tournament. This is the final, as we spoke about earlier. Another game, the 3rd place playoff being played between St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Dominica, that is taking place at the picturesque ground there in Cumberland on the western side of the country. So those of you on that side of the island can come out and support the cricket. And we're going to see Larry Edward once again. That man Larry Edward into his 5th over. 76 for 4 Grenada.
You might see these 2 bowling their 10 overs in this spell.
Given the way how things have gone, I wouldn't be surprised the captain. I don't think Larry Edward would want to give the captain the ball as well.
Well, I won't blame him. He's having an exceptional morning so far. Measly, as he's trying to get the wicket of the skipper from Grenada. Larry, that's outside the off stump, beaten into the keeper's glove again. That nagging length just outside the off stump.
And it's a big contest. Both of these players, Windward Island players, so they will know each other's game very well. And I'm sure one of them will want to get, as they would say, one up on each other.
Grenada, 76 for 4. Well played there by skipper. Back past him on a short extra cover. Gets him a single, gets him off the mark. Edwards just at times loses his length, carries it a little bit too full, and creates an easy shot down the ground and picks up an easy single. But that brings Devoney Joseph into strike.
Massive improvement in the weather, though, must be said. The sun now out in all its glory. And that sharp shower we had earlier, I'm looking to be something of the past, as Joseph is swinging across the line and he's out.
Oh, my word.
A naughty shot, I would say, there on this occasion. Larry Edward once again just doing the basics right. That one was a bit quicker as well. And Joseph looking somewhere in the vicinity of deep mid wicket, playing across the line, and umpire Butler, he had no choice really than to give that one out. And Grenada, they continue to lose wickets consistently here in this final. St. Lucia, they'll be buoyed by this. It's 77 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, really bad shot there by Joseph. Playing across the line to the left arm spinner, coming around the wicket. A straighter delivery, faster one as well. And he fell victim to that. And Grenada have lost wicket number 5 here, that of Devani Joseph. And they're asking of their lower order now with their skipper to give them that total that they need. St. Lucia really in the driver's seat here. Grenada 77 for 5.
Well, in the driver's seat, they're in the conductor's seat. They're basically taking over the entire van. And given what we've seen so far.
You know, the Grenada has scored consistently. But the thing is the wicket column. They have lost their first top 5 batters. And what's left now for the all-rounder, which is the skipper and the other batters, to put that total on the board.
As we see Court Murray, a man for crisis really. We saw quite a bit of him in the under 19 tournament. He's someone you would want to bat for your life. Not the most powerful in terms of stroke play, but what he does well, he works the ball into the gaps. And that is going to be key here in terms of forming some sort of partnership with his captain Ryan John from the other end.
Well, he has to come with a good game plan here against St. Lucia. They are on top of the game. They are playing pretty well. And Murray, as you said, a man for crisis. He needs to get Grenada out of this, but they need to bat these overs. That is the issue here. The overs which they have batted so far are just about 16.3 overs. They have lost 5 wickets, 77 runs. Not a bad scoring rate, but the wicket column is the issue. You need one of your batters to get in, and you have lost all 5 thus far.
Correct, as we see Larry Edward with his tail up, as they would say. Court Murray just moving away. Maybe just trying to calm things down out there. Rather hectic, the procession that we have seen from the Grenadian batters. This one is a bit full. There goes Court Murray. So Court Murray, someone who's looking to make his mark in this tournament. Seen quite a bit of him in the under 19, under 15 tournament. A young man, a relatively young man as well. And bowled very well in his previous encounter, I thought, versus the Vincentians. So he'll be looking to bring some of that confidence from his bowling into a batting effort here for his Grenadian team. They'll definitely need it.
Yeah, he needs to bring it to the party today. It's the finals of the Windards Island Super 50 tournament. As Larry Edwards continue, this could be trouble. Misfield there by the man at backward point. The batters were confused in the middle whether to take a run or not. But at the end of the day, they have scampered through for a single, and it could have been even more trouble for Grenada here at Sion Hill between John and Murray. But they are home safely, and that brings the Larry Edwards over to an end. Another good over bowled here by Larry.
Excellent work from Larry Edward. 5 overs completed, 4 for 8. 4 for 9 actually, 4 for 9 in his spell so far. Just a bit of a half chance there for the fielder there. I think it was Kean Gaston, the opening fast bowler, coming around to his left. I think if he had fielded cleanly, then he would have given himself an opportunity there, the St. Lucian team, to dismiss Ryan John. A bit of miscommunication between both batters there. That's something they'll definitely need to sort out as this innings progress. But very good over by Larry Edward. And as we see, his partner in crime, we would say, since the rain break we had earlier, Chico continued from that old airport end. Yes,
they're bowling pretty good in tandem here. Edwards and Chico, after that rain break, picked up the attack from the southern, from the eastern end, the airport end, and the Lime end, and they have bowled exceptionally well for St. Lucia. Keep doing the business here as Chico continues. Outside the off stump, Murray plays and misses into the keeper's glove. That nagging length outside the off stump again.
Yes, we've seen quite a bit of that from Chico. Using different lengths to good effect on this wicket. He's not being afraid to bowl at shorter length as well. I'm sure at some point in this over we'll see him test Court Murray that shorter delivery.
Well, he bowled a few deliveries like that against Ned. And Ned fell victim to it really. And now he's bowling to Murray. Small in stature, outside the off stump. Keeper's glove as the sun comes out in all its glory here at Sion Hill. Haven't seen it like that for the morning, but we are happy to have it with us. As you see, the sky becomes rather clear from where we are. Umpire Butler having a busy morning thus far, raising that index finger about 3 to 4 times. Murray's driving sweetly through covers. Confident shot, gone for 1. Back for 2. 2 runs to Murray. A good looking shot there.
Yes, good confident shot there from Court Murray, just coming onto the front foot. Chico, he won't be put off by that though. He's getting the ball to move away a bit from the right-handed batters. And I'm sure that he'll be looking for more of the same from Court Murray and hopefully an outside edge. You mentioned the busy nature of the Butler so far, Kenroy. I'm sure the Grenadians would not appreciate that. In terms of his index finger being raised on such a numerous occasions.
Yes. As Charles Chico continues, Murray is full in defense. Just let you know there's a slip, a backward point, cover, short texture cover, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. So things have been very tight here for the Grenadians after that break. St. Lucia not giving away any runs freely. I agree with them, and they have kept the reins on the Grenadians here in these finals of the Super 50 tournament here in St. Vincent again. This one is being turned off his hip, Murray. Waiting for a signal from the umpire. Leg by signal by the umpire. Just striking that tie pad or the pad, and he picks up a single.
Yes, we spoke about being tested on that particular length. Maybe not as high as Chico was hoping for. Still an uncomfortable length for Court Murray. He's not the tallest of players, as we can see. But in the end, he played it reasonably well, getting inside the line and getting a leg bite to go up to the other end and putting his most senior partner in the form of Ryan John on strike.
Yes, but how would Ryan John play here as captain, realizing the situation here, Grenada? 81 for 5. He haven't got amongst the runs yet for the tournament. So there would be a good day for him as skipper to lead his team with the runs. As Chico continues for St. Lucia. This one is short delivery. White signal by the umpire, looking to charge that bowler. There is Ryan John. But it was a wide delivery outside, over the head of John, and the umpire had no problem in raising or opening his arms and signaling that wide. Ryan John, 74 on his back, well built as well. Big structure, low crouching stance. This one is a fuller delivery, beaten outside the off stump. Wide again, signal by the umpire, just going outside of that dangerous line. That mark outside the off stump. 2 extra deliveries.
Chico into his 6th over, Kenroy, maybe just feeling the effects of a reasonably long spell, given what we've seen throughout the tournament. As you mentioned, the conditions were suitable for fast bowling, but now we're seeing the sun starting to bake the playing field once again.
This one is down the leg side. Another wide delivery, as you suggested. He's probably tiring. So Skipper Melius would have to look into that. Who would he turn to? Would he go back to his opening bowler? Who knows? Or would he revert to Tyreek Edwards? That's for him to decide. But Chico just straying a bit. 3 wide deliveries so far. See him hanging over. Probably just tiring somewhat. Needs a break. Chico, long limbs. This one is a good delivery on the off stump. John just getting behind and just playing it out to the man at backward point. That brings you over to an end. And after 18 overs, Grenada here, 84 for 5 in the finals of the Super 50 Windward Islands tournament here being played in St. Vincent and the Grenadines here at Sion playing field.
Yeah, 6 runs coming from that over, but as you mentioned, 3 wides on a trot there from Chico. I'm seeing him now holding that lower back area and a substitute fielder coming on to the field. So I think that will be the last of him we'll be seeing for a while, Chico, but not to take anything away from him, but a very good spell. Given the context of the game, the partnership that he forged with Larry Edward after that water break really was critical in terms of the position that the St. Lucians find themselves in at this point in time.
Yeah, both of them, they have broken the backs of the Grenadian team here. It has gone through the middle order. They are now down to the lower order. They have taken all 5 wickets, and really excellent bowling by these two in tandem. Larry Edwards, a veteran spinner from St. Lucia, he bowled exceptionally well for the Volcanoes as well in the Super 50. So he's somebody who's accustomed to doing the job that he's doing now as he continues to bowl here for St. Lucia around the wicket. Quicker delivery, hitting the edge, running past the man that slipped. They're calling for a second. Good run in there by Murray, 2 runs. But a quicker delivery by Edwards, hitting the outer portion of the bat and having a fortuitous edge there, Murray, but he picks up 2 runs.
Yes, once again, Edward on that nagging line, getting a bit of tone, getting the outer portion of the bat this time. And thankfully for him, he evaded the wicketkeeper and the man there for slip. So Edward continued to pose problems here for the Grenadian batters. Definitely have to find some sort of method, some sort of way of actually preserving their wicket and at the same time presenting scoring opportunities for themselves.
Well, St. Lucia have not given them much to score from. They have been very tight except for loose deliveries which have gone for wide, short ones that have gone the distance and those that were over pitched. Larry very tight again on the off stump, giving nothing away. Skipper Melius in that unorthodox position. Murray again just driving up, just to let you know. Short of a... There's a man at backward point, a slip. Sort of short gully. Short extra cover. Sweeper boundary. Larry quicker delivery outside the off stump. Left alone. So some tight bowling here by Larry Edwards, keeping the pressure on the Grenadians. This one is a flighted delivery. There's a loud appeal. This one seems to be shocking him high. Not how says umpire Butler. And that brings another entertaining Larry Edwards over to an end.
Entertaining indeed. And from the perspective of the Grenadians, I'm sure Court Murray there, his heart was in his hand. I'm looking at Dayton Butler, as you mentioned so far this morning, that index finger of Dayton Butler being a popular one. Not so popular for the Grenadian supporters. But a good over comes turning again from Larry Edward. And the St. Lucians, they continue to toil away here at the Sion playing field in this final of the Windward Island Senior Men 50 over tournament. The Grenadians, they're looking to build a partnership, some sort of consolidation here. And definitely poised for a good encounter here this afternoon.
Well, it seems like Clark has returned. The opening bowler.
Yes, Mackenny Clark, number 17, sporting on his back.
Thought of that. Thought the skipper Melius would revert to his other pacer. Chico has bowled exceptionally well from that end. So, and then you're in the lower half of the Grenadian batting. I do agree with him with this move. Bowling his pacers. John on strike. A hop, a skip, and a jump. Wide delivery outside the off stump. Signal by umpire Byam.
It's a crucial part of the game, Kenroy, in terms of this spell from Clark. Picking up from where Chico left off. You mentioned the fact that it was a very good spell from Chico. Definitely posed problems for the Grenadian batters. So Clark, he definitely will have to fill those boots and that void left by Chico. And so far, that first delivery not really where he wanted it to be. This one is short of a length and plays it out to the man there at backward point. It's Ryan John.
Just to let you know, he bowled 7 overs, 1 wicket, 40 runs. Went for some runs in his first over. So 7 overs he has bowled for 40 and he picked up that wicket, bowling in tandem with Larry. So he did the job that was asked of him from his skipper. Probably gone to get some refreshment. A skipper hop and a jump Charles. This one is a short lifting delivery with some pace. Wide signal by umpire Butler at square leg. One over the shoulder as well. So that one had some pace on it from Charles.
Yeah, some pace, but it was misdirected. Sorry. A bit of extras creeping into the St. Lucians bowling effort in the last couple of overs. That's something they would want in terms of giving free runs to the Grenadian team. They'll want them to work for every run that they get. 88, for the loss of 5.
Another wide delivery. They have to be very careful. Extras have been the main contributor so far for the Grenadian total in the last 2 or 3 overs. In St. Lucia, getting a little bit ill-disciplined when it comes to their bowling. Bowling the extra deliveries.
Yes, we saw 3 wides in the previous over from Chico. So far in this over, we are seeing 3 wides as well from McKenny Clark.
This one is a better delivery outside the off stump. John is full in defense, but the ball has gone to the keeper across his edge.
I think it's important that the Grenadians get a total on the board, Kenroy, something that they can actually bowl at. And from what we've seen so far, there's enough in this wicket that would keep their seamers interested. Right, the seamers so far doing a very good job. Larry Edward being the main man so far with 4 wickets for 9 runs. But definitely something there for the seamers, and we know the Grenadian seam bowling attack is very competent, and they'll be looking forward to how they go this afternoon.
Well, 89 for 5 Grenada. The finals of the Winlot Super 50 tournament played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as we see coach of St. Lucia just having a walk around. Probably very much relaxed and comfortable with the situation which exists presently, looking to finish things up. This one is outside the off stump. John looking for a drive. Missing it completely into the keeper's glove. Haven't really gotten off in the tournament, and really not really hitting the ball in the middle of the bat so far.
So I was about to mention that he has faced 7 deliveries so far and scored 1. Hasn't had a lot of the strike as well. Court Murray facing most of the deliveries in this partnership. He's faced 14 deliveries. So maybe a bit of anxiousness to get going here from Ryan John.
Another leg by. John looking for the middle of the bat. Haven't found it as yet. Oh, how we would love to have that ball hitting in that middle of the bat for a few to give him some confidence. Murray is his partner. He's on strike. Charles, a hop, a skip and a jump. Outside the off stump. That brings the over to an end. 90 for 5. 20 overs have been completed.
Yeah, it's not the best of overs there from McKenny Clark. Was really all over the shop in terms of on the offside, on the leg side. Had some wides as well, being bowled in that over. So not this start. His skipper was looking forward to having replaced Chico, coming out of a very good spell. Chico is still off the field, as we could see him making his way around the boundary there. To the left of us. The substitute fielder being Noel Leo. another under-19 player we saw recently in the concluded West Indies under-19 tournament. So that's not the best of signs from a St. Lucian perspective in terms of Chico. They'll be hoping that he can recover to some extent to bowl a second spell at some point if he's required. Larry Edwards is into his...
Larry Edwards into his 7th over. He has gone for 11 runs with 4 wickets to his name. Continues to plug away just outside the off stump. The main destroyer so far, Larry Edwards, coming good at the finals. Bowled tightly during the tournament, but really picking up those big scalps.
Definitely getting a bit of tone here, Kenroy. Always seem to be hitting the outer portion of the bats of the Grenadian batters so far. So getting the ball to turn away, but he also has that ability to get the ball to come back into the right-handers with the arm. So definitely posing problems both on the outside edge and the inside edge as well.
John finally hitting the middle of the bat. Stroking it to mid-on, gets a single. Murray comes in to strike.
It's an update on the game at Cumberland, played between St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Dominica. Remember Dominica, they won the toss earlier, sent in the Vincentians. They were 78 for the loss of 3 in Cumberland. Switchy looking to end the tournament on a high. Dominica also looking to register their first point of the tournament. What we have here for you is a blockbuster contest really between two of the more consistent teams in the tournament, playing in its final here at the Sion playing field.
Murray in the approved manner plays forward, bat and pad together. Edwards continue to be measly, tight. Bowling to Murray. Murray would know about this. He's a left arm spinner as well. Flighted delivery, looking to turn it to the onside. Finds a man at mid-on. That brings another Larry Edwards over to an end. He has completed 7 overs so far, and he has picked up 4 wickets for 12 runs.
Yes, just one run coming from that over. Spoke about him bowling miserly so far and just not giving anything away to the Grenadians. So far, they haven't really devised an effective strategy in terms of how they're going to score from his bowling, and also they have succumbed to his guile, to his experience, by losing wickets at regular intervals. 91 for the loss of 5. That run rate coming all the way down to 4.3. So we spoke about the healthy nature of the run rate a few overs ago, where it was hovering close to 6 runs per over. Even at one point in time, it was over 7. But what the St. Lucians have been able to do is limit the progress by way of taking wickets. And wickets always alter the scoring rate and put it on a downward spiral.
Yes, indeed. That has happened to the Grenadians. They have lost their way somewhat in the middle. Skipper John and Murray is there at the crease. As you see, another bowling change being implemented here by Melius. Always on the ball. He has brought back Edwards, Tariq Edwards, to bowl. Clark not really giving him what he wants. Bowl a couple of extra deliveries. Didn't really look the part in that over. And immediately Melius pulled him out of the attack and reintroduced Tariq Edwards. Tariq right away on the money.
Must be said, Melius have been ruthless so far in terms of if his bowler is not giving him what he really wants, he's prepared to actually try someone else. And we have seen that on a couple of occasions now in this short innings by the Grenadians so far. As we mentioned, McKenny Clark, the opening bowler, coming back from the opposite end in the previous over, not really putting the ball in the areas that maybe the captain would like to see. Not showing the same sort of penetration that we saw from Chico. And the captain was adamant that he needs Tariq Edward to come back and give him a spell. Delivery again outside the off stump, and there was John trying to walk it past him on that backward point and misses it completely. This innings hasn't really had any sort of momentum so far. Mentioned he's a powerful strike of the ball, but a different side to his game is definitely required at this point in time.
The current run rate is 4.21.
It's a wide.
Tariq just drifting outside the off stump somewhat. The extra deliveries have been the main contributors for the Grenadian team so far in the last 5-6 overs. St. Lucia have been a little bit ill-disciplined in the way that they're executing. John is nicely behind that one. Still looking for that timing, looking for that middle of the bat. Quiet times here for both teams. Oh, how Grenada would love to see one of these two batters get to a half century or so to propel them to that total. As skipper John just plays in defense. Tariq continues to bowl for St. Lucia. This one is driven lovely. It's gone through covers. He's gone for one. Does he stop it? Excellent feeling there by the man running around from the mid-off boundary. He saves one. 3 runs to skipper John, and that brings the Tariq Edwards over to an end, and Grenada are now
95
for 5 here at Sion Hill in this, the Windards Super 50 finals between Grenada and St. Lucia being played here at Sion Hill playing field.
Yes, 4 runs coming from that Tariq Edward over. A steady over. Maybe perhaps he needs to give the ball a bit more air. Appears to be pushing it through quite a bit. That last delivery afforded the opportunity to Ryan John to come onto his front foot and just stroked it really. He's a powerful man. Got it very close to the boundary. Fielder running around from long off. Came around and made a very good stop, saving a single. Grenada continue to march on really, trying to get that sort of momentum again, build some sort of partnership. And Larry Edward hoping to do what he has been doing throughout this entire spell as he moves into his 8th over on a trot. You call it all there in terms of him bowling his full quota of overs.
Yes, indeed. He's doing well. Skipper Melius is sticking to him. He has picked up 4 wickets, looking to get amongst the wickets again. But John is driving that, finding the middle of the bat again. Some encouragement coming from his players in the pavilion. Baton skipper. Score moves up by 1. Murray, small of the 2. As Melius continues to make the changes, he's now implement a second slip. As Larry Edwards continue to operate.
There's extra man in the slip card, so good captaincy here from the skipper, realizing that his trump card in the form of Larry Edward is in the middle of a very good spell. So just giving him some more support there. And they're at a second slip, or perhaps you could say gully region for Court Murray. On a backward point, extra cover long off. There's a man there at mid-on. The man at short, square leg. So it's definitely a reasonable attacking feel here from Kimani Melius, and that's good to see in terms of a bit of proactiveness in the captaincy.
Yes, he's always on the money, making the relevant changes have some very good field setting. Always keep the pressure on Grenada. He has done that all morning. He has changed the bowling when it's needed. This one is a flighty delivery. You know the outer portion of the bat of Murray. Could hear the excitement in Larry's voice. Because he's having a wonderful spell here for St. Lucia. 4 for 12. Sounds like a happy hour there. Another single.
Another over comes to an end. Another one where only 2 runs were actually scored by the Grenadians. So at the end of it, it's 97. 97 for the loss of 5. Yes. 97 for 5. And the game perhaps going into a bit of a lull, where the scoring rate is not really that frenetic. And the St. Lucians haven't been able to get out another wicket that they're desperately searching for in the last couple of overs. So both of these batsmen will be pleased with proceedings as they seek to nullify the threat of the St. Lucia spinners.
Well, Melius continues to marshal his troops. John directing things for Grenada in the middle as captain. He has Murray with him. Melius just looking for that to get his players within the right areas. Just a little time in doing so. Tariq Edwards, the man with the ball in his hands. See, there's a backward pointer, slip, short, extra cover. A mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket. Short, square leg. This one is a short delivery. Murray's back and punching. 1 run to him. So all these 2 batters need now is just to take their time, play each ball on its merit, and really look to build a partnership.
Yes, a partnership is critical at this point in time for Grenada. Having lost that cluster of wickets, it's a matter of getting a partnership going. And both of these batters tend to complement each other very well. We know about the power of Ryan John, but we spoke about Court Murray's temperament as a batsman. He's a man for a crisis situation. We mentioned that when he arrived at the crease quite a few overs ago. So both of them looking to just complement each other, turn over the strike, and try and put back some pressure on the St. Lucia fielders.
Well, as things unfold here at Sion Hill, John is on strike. Tariq Edwards is calling for a quick single, but the fielders denying that. Keeping the pressure on Grenada. Good stuff here by St. Lucia. This one's been whipped. Come to mid-on. Another single.
It's actually a century coming up for the Grenadian team. They would have been hoping maybe less wickets being lost. But it's a milestone. It's one of those milestones you take off as a batting team. Their minds will be set now on the next milestone, which maybe might be 150, 200, blocks of 50. Let's ask a question. You spoke about 250 being a total Grenada should have in their mind. Having seen what transpired so far, any alterations to that total, Kennery?
Well, they have lost 5 wickets, but if one of these batters here could get in, I think that they could get a past 200 plus runs with the amount of overs remaining in this game. Once they bat the allotted amount of overs, they should be able to get to that score.
Agreed. I think the key for them would be to bat as much of these overs as possible. With how many overs completed?
24 overs completed.
Still
we're still not even halfway. We're just 1 over away from the halfway mark. So once they bat these allotted overs, then I think that they could get up to 200, 250 runs. But they would need these two to stay at the crease.
Correct. And from a St. Lucian perspective, they'll be looking to just continue get wickets, and wickets would then the progress of the Grenadian team, as we see they're turning now to Auguste, another under 19 player that we saw quite a bit of in the last couple of tournaments here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Makeem Auguste, talented cricketer. Expect a lot from him. Auguste. The ball in his leg spinners. A good start from him as well, getting the ball to turn past Ryan John. There's a man there at slip, backward point, deep extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, and a man at square leg. So a sort of an in-out feel. Still has that man in the slip card and Melius. As this one is a sloppy piece of fielding there. The man in Natrum has to come around from deep extra cover to tidy up. 2 runs to Ryan John.
Well, Auguste got some wickets in the last game against the Dominicans. Looking to do the same thing here, replicate. That was a positive shot there by Ryan John. Just punching the 2 covers, picking up 2 runs. Melly. Auguste driven straight back. Picks up another single, John.
It's an interesting feel. You have 2 men actually in the covers. Maybe trying to limit that shot, that previous delivery down the ground. But on that occasion, feel there Gabriel unable to prevent the single. We've seen a bit of innovation in the field setting, something that is refreshing to see at this level. And normally most of the captains seem to be conservative in their approach. But Melius definitely one of those proactive type of characters, and it's manifested in his captaincy so far.
Driven to the man at short extra cover. Can't find the gap. Murray.
It's a good delivery once again. So finding his line, Auguste in this over, bowling his leg spinners. A difficult art, but so far he has been able to land most of these deliveries in the right areas. So his first over comes to an end. 3 runs coming from it actually, and it's now 102. It's 102 for the loss of 5. This partnership slowly but surely building and accumulating for the Grenadian team.
Well, slowly but surely, but the thing is occupation of the crease, staying there as long as possible. John and Murray for Grenada. You have lost 5 wickets thus far. So you just need to play you need to play according to the situation which exists now, which is that Grenada needs a partnership. Need a partnership between these two to propel them to that total of 150 plus 200 runs to make this game very competitive for the St. Lucians.
Yes, a partnership of 25 so far, Kenroy. It's not been the quickest of partnership we've seen in this tournament, but it's equally important. And Grenada will be hoping that it continues to build and build, maybe add another 100 runs, another 150 runs to that total.
Well, it's the best one so far from the opening partnership for Grenada. After that partnership between the 2 opening batters from Grenada, Jeremiah and Regis, you have not seen any other partnerships other than this one.
It's going to be Tariq Edward coming around the wicket this time, so change of angle for him. This delivery is on the line of the leg stump. There was John trying to walk it in the region of mid-wicket and misses it completely. It'd be quite disappointing not to get any sort of bat on that. So it's for John, it's actually a more spreaded field as opposed to when Courtmore is on strike, as he's getting a full toss on this occasion. Swatting it down to the man there, Auguste on the long on boundary. Oh my goodness, there's a bit of sloppy running there as well from Ryan John. A direct hit on the stump there would have been interesting.
Yes, yes.
As the field for Courtmore. The man there long off, he's coming in. A man goes out to the deep square leg. There's a deep mid wicket. There's actually two men on the leg side. So we have Natram and the captain Melius there trying to stop a single or even in a attacking position on the leg stump. This delivery is poorly directed there by Tariq Edward.
Well, he's trying to bowl into the legs of Murray. That's why you have that field setting, trying to keep things close to him and keep it tight.
Good delivery there, flighted, a bit slower. I think that's the type of delivery we need to see more from Tariq Edward in terms of varying his pace a bit more. Tends to want to push through most of these deliveries. It's been relatively easy for both of these batsmen so far to manipulate his bowling. As we're seeing a bit of cloud cover once again coming across to our right. I know the last time we had an interruption, it actually started in that area and the wind carried it into the region where we normally get rain from. So that's something to keep an eye on as we continue proceedings. Yes. As another over is completed, I think the players will have a drinks break here, if I'm not mistaken. It's actually the groundsmen making their way out, so that's definitely not a good sign. I think the players will take a break as well. So while the players on the field take a small break, we're going to take a break here in the commentary box and get some refreshments. So we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes' time. Yes, welcome back to the Sion playing field. We have action here from the Windward Island Senior Men 50 over tournament. The finals here being played between St. Lucia and Grenada. Earlier on this morning, St. Lucia, they won the toss, elected to field first, and Grenada, they are 104 for the loss of 5. A partnership being erected here of 27 as we see Ogis continuing proceedings from that flow end, getting a bit of tone and hoping to make the breakthrough. They'll be hoping the St. Lucia team that the break, water break, works out in their favor once again, as was the case when we had a rain interruption earlier, Kenroy.
Well, they would hope that works for them. Ogis has the ball in his hands. But different conditions, different batters. Grenada hoping that John and Murray could kick them a little further, add another 20, 30 runs together again. Nice little partnership building here as proceedings continue here at Sion Hill. This one is delivery by Yogi, still keeping things tight for St. Lucia. They have not really let up other than bowling those extra deliveries.
Yes, in terms of extras, there are 24 extras so far, so quite a big chunk of the score so far is in terms of extras with 14 wides. So you spoke about that bit of ill discipline we saw from the Lucian bowlers. That is manifested in those wides we see in here in this total as the first runs being scored after the break, that water break, goes to Ryan John. It moves on to 12. 12 from 30 deliveries actually.
Very patient innings by him. He cuts and misses into the keeper's glove. Just to let you know how things went this morning. Opening partnership of 45. So the first wicket fell at 45. Second wicket fell at 53. The third one fell at 67. The fourth at 74. And the fifth wicket at 77. They have now a 28 runs partnership between Murray and skipper John. Just bringing back things here for Grenada. As Ogis continues to bowl for St. Lucia tightly, that field is well set, and the fielders from St. Lucia really well drilled as well. Their fielding has been very impressive as well too.
Yes,
bowl well, except for the wide deliveries, and their fielding and supporting the bowlers.
Yes, very busy in the inner circle, and that's something I think Captain Melius would have really wanted from his fielders in the circle. He mentioned a bit of innovation in terms of the field setting from him so far as well, having more than one fielders in different positions. And he's looking to continue to exert pressure on the opposition by way of the Ryan John and Court Murray. But so far both of them have been resolute. Murray on 7 from 33 deliveries, and John, as we mentioned, in the last over 12 from 30. So both of them perhaps prepared to do the hard work, the type of grafting that might be needed here to put up a substantial total for the Grenadian team.
Well, Tariq Edwards continue to bowl. Oh, there's a loud appeal. I think they have gotten him. They have gotten him. That one kept low. And oh my God, Grenada have lost wicket number 6. That of this captain John. And that is a big scalp to have.
Yes, a big scalp, Kenny. We mentioned the break. This break in proceedings never really work out for the batting team. And here it is again. Grenada losing another big wicket there. Tariq Edwards coming around the wicket. You mentioned the delivery keeping low. I think the only thing that could have saved Ryan John is if it pitched outside the leg stump. I mean, we don't have the benefit of the replay right here, and we are actually in a square leg kind of position. So it's difficult for us to say where exactly that delivery would have pitched. But umpire Bayam, he was quite confident that would have pitched in line and gone on to hit the stump. So Tariq Edwards, he gets the breakthrough, and the Grenadians, they lose their 6 wickets. It's now 105 for the loss of 6.
Well, from the time that ball hit the pad, Tariq Edwards was off in celebration, telling you that I knew you're out. I got you this time. A quicker delivery, kept low, and John has to walk back to the field and probably dejected. But that's how cricket goes at times, unfortunately. And Grenada have lost wicket number 6, and that brings
47.
Jackson. That brings Jackson into the wicket. He would be batting with Murray. Score now 105 for 6. 27.3 overs bowled.
But you mentioned that
27.1, sorry.
such was the confidence that Tariq Edward had in that delivery that he went off to mid-wicket celebrating even before umpire Bayham raised his finger.
Yes.
As this delivery is stroked up to the man there at mid-off by Jackson. Jackson, the right medium-fast bowler. Most of his work would be done with the ball in his hand, but on this occasion, as he's hitting this one straight to the man there, a man had a short square leg position, diving forward, making a valiant effort there, was the man running in. But unfortunately for him and the St. Lucia team, just couldn't make it in the end. So if he start there from Jackson and Grenada, they remain on 105 for the loss of 6.
Well, a diving effort there by the man running out from square leg, falling onto his chest, and really just falling short of him. Good effort by him, unfortunately. Couldn't get to it. That could have been another wicket. But what is happening here now at Sion Hill, the wind has picked up and the place have gotten dark, some grey clouds overhead, and it seems to me that we would have another interruption. But as cricket continues here, it is driven to the man off. Quick run. Was under some pressure, but he got it. He got it as umpire Butler and Bayham are looking to make a move, really. Seeing a little bit jittery on the feet.
There's something to mention as well. We're not really seeing the groundsmen really hustling towards the covers. But as you mentioned, you rightly mentioned the wind direction here. The wind is actually picking up. As this one is played out to a mid-wicket region, and perhaps a single was on offer there, but Aston Jackson, he was camped on his bat and failed to respond to his partner's call.
Jackson was in Wonderland there. I think he probably forgot he was playing cricket.
107 for 6. That's Tariq. This one is quicker, flatter. And Murray goes back and punches it out to Descartes in the covers. So the end of a successful over for Tariq Edward. And at the end of it, it's 106 for the loss of 6.
Well, Kurt Murray, 7 from 36. Jackson has just joined him. He has 1 from 3. Current run rate 3.81 has dropped drastically. 3.79 now. And the projected score is 190. Grenada will be very fortunate to get to 190 after being in this position.
We spoke about the difficulty in terms of assessing what's a good total on this wicket. You just spoke about 190. Well, given the situation they're in now, maybe that would be a reasonable target for them. As we see O'Geese again, it's a full toss and he's hitting it straight out to the man there at long off. Well, I was looking somewhere in the direction of the flow building, Kenroy, but unfortunately for the Grenadian team, there was Jackson. His eyes lit up when he saw that full toss, but could do nothing more than just deposit straight into the hands there of the man at long off. I think that is Chico. So Chico continued to be in the game, and that's the thing about cricket. When it's your day, it's definitely your day. So definitely a good breakthrough there for the St. Lucian team once again. Grenada, they sink into further trouble here at the Sion Hill playing field in this final. It's 106 for the loss of 7. Yeah,
they keep getting wickets at crucial points. The St. Lucians, they have not let up. That's very important. They have not let up under pressure. Kimani Melius, instrumental in that. He has always kept things fresh for St. Lucia. And the fall of this wicket tells you the story as it unfolds here at Sion Hill playing field. Really, they have done an exceptional job this morning. The bowlers have bowled well. That's what a full task could have done better with it. But the pressure of the game causes these things as well. So, another wicket goes, and St. Lucia doing very well this morning. Grenada now 106 for 7. Full toss, and O'Geese seems to have his way with the full tosses. He got enough. He got a few against Dominica like that.
Well, I think it's actually a leg spinner's course. I think because we saw even Kieran Kotoy getting a couple of wickets with full tosses here in a previous encounter. So something that the leg spinners get away with for some reason or the other. You can't really pinpoint the real cause of such, but they tend to bowl well and not get wickets with their good deliveries, but somehow the bad deliveries tend to get the breakthroughs for them. As the new batter is Sherman Lewis, whose competence perhaps lie more with his bowling as opposed to his batting, and he's coming confidently onto his front foot and drives it past Natram there, position at a straightish cover by Melius. At times we have seen two fielders being employed in that particular region, and as you mentioned, very good captaincy from Melius, always looking to bring as much fielders in the circle. This one is beating him outside the off-stump court, Murray. So O'Geese ably replacing Larry Edward from that end.
Yeah, he has bowled a few overs well in this tournament so far, O'Geese. And he has picked up wickets, and his sweeping here is Murray. Looking to get through this over is O'Geese as a little drizzle comes across the ground from where I'm at. O'Geese continues. Murray driving to the man at short extra cover. St. Lucia bubbling, bouncing around. I think that the umpires may call the covers. Not too sure.
The umpire looking in the vicinity of where the rain normally comes from. But once again, I'm thinking we're not seeing the groundsmen really at the ready, at the go from the direction we're at. But I think the umpire Butler not taking any chances, and rightfully so, and calling on the covers at this point in time. So, as we mentioned to our right, we're seeing, especially in the region of the Kingston, the capital city, definitely some rain in Kingston. And the wind, I think the wind is important in terms of the direction the wind actually takes the rain. Left as well, we are seeing a bit of cloud cover, so it's another interruption with the Grenadian team really stuttering here. 107 yes. For the loss of 7. The dismissed batsman so far, Regis, he went for 10. Jeremiah 28, he looked solid before he was dismissed. A big wicket for the St. Lucia team. Samuel Charles, he went for 6. Ned, he really flattered to deceive today. 15. Joseph, he went for 3. And the last man out was Ryan John. Well, actually, Ryan John, he went for 12. And the man, get the name for you. Yes, Haston Jackson. He was the last to go for a single. So, not a lot happening by the way of partnerships for the Grenadian team. A partnership, the highest partnership, I mean the opening partnership of 41, followed by that 27 between Ryan John and Court Murray. We're still there and will definitely play a key role in how much the Grenadians are able to accumulate. Your final thoughts before the break, Kenway?
Well, just to let you know, the wickets fell at 45, 53, 67, 74, 77, 105 and 107. Some disciplined bowling early up for St. Lucia. And really, you have to give kudos to the man with the left-hand golden arm, I could call it, Larry Edwards, who bowled tightly from the southern end and picked up 4 wickets thus far. He's now out of the attack, and he's been replaced by O'Geese, who has picked up a wicket already. And really, all they have done is complement each other on the field. Yes, the little ill-discipline with the bowling, the extras, but St. Lucia have their hands down the throat of the Grenadians here in the finals. And really, unfortunately, the rain is here with us, and we have to take a break here at Sion Hill playing field, and we'll be back to bring you more coverage here at Sion Hill after the break. I'm not too sure if we would get back before lunchtime. The cutoff time is 1:35, really, and hopefully we would get some more cricket here before the day is out. So from Sion Hill, we're signing out for now, and we'll be back after the rain break. Well, welcome back to Sion Hill playing field where the finals of the Windward Islands Winlot Super 50 final has been played here at Sion Hill between Grenada and St. Lucia. We had some interruption due to rain, and because of that we had an early lunch as well. So lunch has been completed and we are about to start proceedings here at Sion Hill. Just to let you know what occurred prior to that break and lunch and interval. St. Lucia won the toss, sent the Grenadians into bat. They are 107 for 7. Charles, he was LBW Larry Edwards for 6. Ned caught Terrell Chico for 15. Joseph 3. Ryan John 12. Caught Murray's not out on 7. Jackson, he was caught. Chico bowler. Gussie for 1. Sherman Lewis is not out on 1. Batsman has scored 107 for 7 here at Sion Hill. We have been a revised amount of overs. We are now playing 48 overs. 2 overs have been deducted because of the time. And here with me is Osnet. Osnet, good evening and welcome back.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Kenroy. Good afternoon to all our viewers around the Caribbean. And we see some viewers also in the United States of America on our live feed, which is good to see. Welcome to the cricket, and I trust that you're enjoying our coverage here at Sion Hill, as this one is walked out to a man at deep mid-wicket, and good running between the wickets between these two. The batters at the crease, Court Murray, he has been there for a while, and the fast bowler in terms of Sherman Lewis at the non-strikers end.
Yes, and just to let you know, there's no threat of rain around. It's a bright sunny day again here at Sion Hill as Grenada and St. Lucia continues to battle. This one has been pulled to long on, picks up another single, so they have picked up about 3 to 4 singles since the return.
Yes, appears to be a bit more positive intent from Court Murray. He has been there for a while, so he should have already gotten used to the pace and conditions of the wicket. And 110 for 7 is the total. I'm sure these two would be harboring thoughts of somewhat of a partnership, and to give the Grenadians something to actually bowl at. I think that is critical. Anything around 160, 175, I think, might be a reasonable total. As this one is punched out to the man there at deep mid wicket once again. So Lewis is up to 3, and the total is now 112 for the loss of 7. Tariq Edward starting proceedings here from the Old Depot end for the St. Lucians.
Well, something that we have not seen occurred in this game. Easy singles been given away and the runs have been taken over, as there's another one. So Grenada seems to have found their rhythm somewhat. 2 more runs completed. Lewis and Murray at the crease. No signal from the umpires yet. By signal now. So 2 more runs to Grenada. That takes them up to
114.
114 for 7. They returned at 107. So you're now 114 for 7. They got 7 runs from that over.
Yes, a good start from the Grenadian team after lunch. It will be interesting to see how this session goes after that extended break. Had some showers earlier. It appears to be one of those days where we might have a stop-start affair. Hopefully that will be the last of the rain that we see here at the Sion Hill playing field. From what we can see from our vantage point, it appears to be quite clear. I have a bit of wind blowing across the ground now as well. I'm sure the players would appreciate that amidst all the heat that we have been having in the last couple of days or weeks. Depends on how long you've been here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. As we're going to see Larry Edward, the man of the moment really as it relates to the St. Lucian team. He has figures of 4 for 12. I think he still has 2 overs to go, so 8 overs, and his captain will be looking for him to really mop up the lower order of the Grenadian team. I don't really want to say the tail end as such. Most of the teams these days, most of the lower order players can actually handle themselves. I don't think we have a lot of genuine number 11s, as they would say, in cricket these days.
They can handle the bat. They can handle the bat. as Larry comes back into the attack and starts as tidy as he started before. Bam on the money.
Actually,
Continues.
8 overs for 15, 4 for 15. That's a correction to my earlier statement.
Lewis on strike. Larry looking for a 5-wicket haul in the finals. Big occasion player he is. This one is a shorter delivery. That one is he. I saw that in his armory where he pitched that deliver shorter, but it slides on to you. Yeah,
That's the one hitting Lewis just above the knee roll. So a bit of height on that one would have saved him on that occasion. It was pretty straight. And Lewis is looking to forge a partnership again with Cork Murray for the Grenadians.
That's something that we've been asking for all morning from the Grenadians. Only had 2 reasonable partnerships between the batters. Never really applied themselves this morning. Despite some good bowling from Larry Edwards and the fast bowler Chico, they never really looked the part, the batters. Again, another dot delivery. Brings that over to an end. And really quiet times here for Grenada. Another quiet over being bowled by Larry Edwards as we continue to bring you proceedings here from the Sandhill playing field. And really, St. Lucia has continued to dominate this tournament with bat and ball.
Yes, they've been a well-drilled outfit as you mentioned earlier. And Larry Edwards once again giving nothing away. Figures of 9 overs, 4 for 15 so far in his spell. I think from a Grenadians perspective though, they'll be quite pleased with just playing him out, not giving him another wicket. I think that is critical. These two seem to be looking to just forge that as a partnership that we have been calling for the entire innings. As we see Ogis coming in this time from the old airport end. I think the wind will actually assist him in terms of his leg spin when going from right to left of your screen. So let's see how he goes. This one is short, and he's punching this one back up to the bowler is Cork Murray. Having a look at the field now, we have a man at slip, a man at backward point, cover point, covers extra cover, a man at short mid wicket, a man at mid on, and there's a man out there quite lonely, I must say, out at long off. There's also a man at deep square leg for the attempted sweep shot. So I'm somewhat of an in-out feel, something that we have become used to from Captain Melius. As a chance for direct hit here, and definitely would have been the end of Cork Murray there, almost giving up halfway down. Yeah, hitting that one to the man there at mid-on. He came around and just couldn't hit the stumps directly. So Cork Murray, he lives to fight another day.
Well, that was a short delivery from August and really pulled to the man at mid-on with some power as well. They took off, and really that would have been the end of him if it had hit the stumps. But he lives to fight again. As he continues
again,
here. This
another
one is
sharp
torn
single
again.
again, another chance. Another direct hit there, I think would have had Cork Murray in trouble. So definitely taking a bit of risk so far in terms of the running between the wickets, but it has been positive intent from the Grenadian team just after the lunch break.
Yes, that's good to see. That's good to see. They are picking up the singles, putting the fielders under pressure, and really running some quick singles and doing the things for Grenada that they should have been doing a little earlier in their innings. As Cork Murray continues to bat with Lewis here.
Yeah, Ogie still trying to find his line after lunch. We mentioned that he has been switched to the opposite end, and maybe still getting used to the strong wind that is blowing across him. He bowled a couple of overs from actually bowled 3 overs from the other end, and that completes his first from that old airport end. So at the end of the 32nd over, remember this has turned into a 48 over encounter. Grenada, they're 117 for 7 after being inserted by St. Lucia earlier on this morning.
Well, Grenada still continues to battle here at Sandhill, trying to put that total on the board. Really, 117 for 7, 3 wickets in the hull. And really, Grenada needs a partnership from these two. Lewis, senior statesman, Murray, the junior man, but has the capacity and capability to do what is required of him.
Yes, it's going to be Larry Edward to continue proceedings in his final over. This one is flighted to some extent. Captain Milius comes around and mops up. So they have to be watchful in this over. Just 5 deliveries remaining in Larry Edwards' spell. Maybe just show him a bit of respect. Just don't want to give him another wicket at this one. He's beaten outside the off stump and he's out. Just as I was saying, they definitely won't want to give Larry Edward another wicket. Here it is, a delivery on the line of the off stump, turning away. There was Lewis onto his front foot, taking the outside edge and umpire. Butler, as you mentioned earlier, Kenroy, that index finger seemed to be working very diligently all day.
Well, Larry saying to them, you're not going to give it to me, I'm going to take it. So he has gotten a fifer. Larry, another wicket in his column. Great bowling here for him for St. Lucia. What a day to have a spell like he's having in the finals.
Well, we spoke about the big players putting their hands up really and be counted, especially in a final like this. We spoke about in terms of the batting. You see the likes of Descartes, and before we knew Teddy Bishop was out, we were calling his name as well, Jeremiah and all of these guys. But what has happened so far is Larry Edward having gone under the radar somewhat in the tournament because not because he has bowled badly, but maybe not having the type of returns that he himself was looking forward to. He's now standing up and being counted here at the Sandy playing field here in the Windward Island Senior Men 50 over tournament final between Grenada and St. Lucia.
Well, what a great time to be counted. Larry Edwards, 5 wickets, 5-wicket haul on the final day of this Super 50 tournament, sponsored by the lotteries of the Windward Islands.
New man is Daryl Cyrus, the leg spinner. Actually batted in the top order as well all around in the tournament. But in the last 2 games he has come in lower down the order. Had a little cameo in the last game versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Hit a couple of meaty blows which really propelled the Grenadian total. But he has a different challenger in the form of Larry Edward to cope with. With 3 deliveries remaining in his spell, I'm sure he definitely want to add 1 more to that 4th column.
Well, what a day that would be for Larry. I think he has another 2 overs completed spell. 1?
2 balls, yes, 2 deliveries. You mentioned 2 overs. I'm sure he'll be hoping he had 2 more overs. Not so much the Grenadians.
Well, justice is being served here. He bowled well all season, tight. Picking up 5 wickets in the last game. Larry continues head in the air, really saying it's a good delivery, left alone. Cyrus just joined Murray. Grenada still hoping for that partnership.
Well, this one is punched backward of point and they should get a second. Let's go to running. Cyrus, as we mentioned, has some batting ability and manifested in that back foot punch really past the man there at backward point. So he's up and running. And the Grenada continue to toil away really in terms of trying to build a target that they can actually bowl that 119 for 8. As Larry's flighting this one nicely, well played by Cyrus. So he has successfully negotiated the threat of Larry Edward. But what a spell from Larry Edward. 10 overs, 5 for 17. Definitely the pick of the bowlers on show here this morning.
Well, that's a wonderful spell from your main spin bowler from St. Lucia. 5 for 17. 10 overs bowled. Can't ask for it better than that. So congratulations to Larry Edwards on a tremendous spell on the finals day. Really big game man he is.
Appears that way. Saving his best performance for the big final. What more can you ask for as a captain, as we're going to see Ogis, the leg spinner, to continue from that old airport end. The ball into Murray. This one is short again. He's pulling it over mid-wicket for 4. A poor delivery there by Ogis, and Cork Murray said thank you very much. But definitely a change in the tempo from Cork Murray since lunch.
Well, he's down to the last 2 men at the crease. Yes, he didn't slouch with the bat, but Murray's going to take his chances. That was a loose delivery from August, and he really pounced on that one and pulled it over mid-wicket into the fence before one of the first aggressive shots we have seen from Murray since he entered this crease earlier this morning.
Yeah, so 4 more runs to the total, 123 for the loss of 8. So it's a slow progress from the Grenadian team. A poor delivery there by Ogis, the leg spinner. As I mentioned, has struggled so far in the 1.1 over he has bowled from that particular end. He has struggled really to land the deliveries in the areas he wants to land them. This one again is short, and he should be able to get 4 more. So back-to-back boundaries here for Cork Murray. Another short delivery. I'm asking to be hit really, and Cork Murray, he obliged, deposited it through the mid-wicket region for another boundary, 127 for the loss of 8.
Well, he's not a big individual, Cork Murray. He's a little man in stature. And really, that ball came off the bat like a bullet from a gun and raced through mid-wicket. The man at Skerle could not stop that one going over the fence. So 2 great shots there from Murray. Propelling the score here for Grenada, and he looks pretty good here now for Grenada. All he needs to do is carry on.
Carry on indeed. This one is flighted outside the off stump. Much better delivery from Ogis. Sure, he'll admit that those 2 last deliveries weren't his best in this spell.
Ogis struggling from the northern end here at Sion Hill. Have really find a line and length.
Punching this one out to cover. A bit of a misfield, but fielder there, this card coming around to support Captain Melius. Just an update from the game at Cumberland, played between St. Vincent and the Grenadiers and Dominica. I think St. Vincent 181 all out. So Vincentians, they're failing to bat out their 50 overs, their full quota of overs, 181. What do you think about that total, Kenroy?
Well, 181 is runs on the board. Dominica has not been having the best time of their life in this tournament, as Murray just turns it and palm the strike, really. Taking control of things here, Murray. Good single to him. That brings you over to an end. It depends on how the Dominicans approach the game this evening. It may go here or there. But I think on a wicket such as Cumberland, I think they should be able to get that runs.
Okay, so you've had a couple of your games down there, so you would know the conditions very well, Kenroy.
Small ballpark. And Dominicans have some good batters, but they have not just really clicked, So it's a time to put some points on the board as well.
Correct, but here at the Sion Hill playing field in this final, we have Grenada after being inserted. They're 128 for the loss of 8. Just a bit of momentum coming into the innings here in the back end. And they will be hoping that it can be sustained by these 2, especially Cork Murray. Was being there, he's toiled away, 20 from 54 deliveries. Just the type of man you will want for crisis, as we alluded to earlier when he arrived at the crease. And he has definitely steadied the ship somewhat, although wickets have fallen from the other end.
Well, he's the man for the crisis, and he has shown that. Almost every time he comes to the crease when there's an issue, he tends to get Grenada out of the hole. Start wicket was open, the ball from around the wicket. That one is going past the bat. I'm not too sure if it hit the outer portion of the bat. Would wait on the umpire's signal. But 2 more runs been taken there by signal by umpire Butler. So that was a very quick delivery by Tyreek.
Yes, continues to push through these deliveries. I'm getting a bit of tone as well, extracting a bit of tone on that occasion. Would have defeated both the batsman and the wicket keeper. He's coming also from the opposite end to what he bowled previously. 7 overs so far, 7.2 overs, 1 for 22. So he had a big wicket really of Ryan John at that stage. That was critical. That partnership between Ryan John and Murray was flourishing. Just getting started, and he was able to get the breakthrough. So he'll be hoping for another breakthrough, none more so than the wicket of Murray. We get the feeling that he's a man who has set his stall out to bat all of these overs if given the opportunity.
Nicely played, Murray. Threw mid on. Picks up another single. Comes off the bat really nicely. Could hear in that nice crest sound out of the middle as Murray stroked that one for another single.
Brings Daryl Cyrus into strike. Just came to the wicket, 2 from 4 deliveries. What type of support can he offer to Murray here this afternoon? Turning out to be a wonderful day for cricket. We've had a couple of interruptions, But I must say that the weather now looks wonderful. A bit of wind blowing across the ground. I'm sure you'll hear that in the background. As he's sweeping across the line on this occasion. That delivery pitching outside the leg stump. Umpire Butler. And on one of those rare occasions signaling not out.
Well, exactly. Rare. All morning that index finger has come up. Fortunately, it stayed down this time.
This one is hit straight out to the man there. Yes, it's actually 4 runs. For a while, I thought it's difficult for us to see from our vantage point here. We have a few tents blocking that side of the boundary, but it was a lovely shot, a full toss, and was spanked over long off into the fence for 4. So welcome boundary there for the Grenadian team. Their total continue to mount here at Sion Hill, 135 for the loss of 8.
Well, a gift handed on a platter, and Cyrus made maximum use of that, stroking it over mid-off into the fence for 4. 4 runs to his total, gets off the mark nicely as Grenada continues to put some more runs on the board. St. Lucia just a little bit erratic with their bowling here after this break, other than Larry Edwards, who have bowled his quota. We have not really seen anybody who have troubled the other batters. But Descartes has taken up the attack for St. Lucia. Maurice driving out to the man at backward point, good feeling. Diving to his right.
Shadrach Descartes, most known for his batting really. Still is a steady medium pacer. We saw quite a bit of him in the VPL recently. He'll be hoping to wrap up the innings here for the St. Lucian team. He's driving it straight to the man there at extra cover. Is it caught? Yes, it is. It's somewhat a soft dismissal. For a moment we thought it would have bounced off the pitch. But a very good catch there by the man in the cover region. Appears to be the skipper himself. And so the big wicket of Colt Murray goes. Well played innings from the young man, considering the situation he went in and met. 21 from 59. Once again, another wicket going at a very crucial point for the St. Lucian team. 135 for the loss of 9.
Well, wrapping up things here are the St. Lucians. Job well done this morning, continues to do so. So, Redhead now comes to the crease.
Kenny, I was about to say that perhaps it's one of those breaks that we have had throughout the day where the bowling team hasn't benefited. Because what we've seen since the break is that both of the batters, they were getting the ball into the middle of the bat. A couple of boundaries from Court Murray, walking the ball into the gaps for singles. And it was getting a bit of momentum into the Grenadian innings in terms of the fight back. But so said, we now seen a wicket being had by the St. Lucian team.
Yeah, every time the Grenadians seems to want to get a fight back, every time they put up some resistance, the St. Lucians are able to sneak in and clip their wings, really, and pick up that vital wicket. They have done that all day. They have played patiently. And yes, a few soft dismissals, but kudos to the St. Lucian bowlers as Descartes continues. Down the leg side, wide signal by umpire. Bayam.
It's a bit like the weather all day, Kenro, in terms of every time the sun seems to want to peak and shine in all its glory. We are seeing a bit of dark cloud coming up, but hopefully it stays away. But Grenada, they only have this last wicket pairing to depend on in terms of putting a reasonable total on the board. St. Lucians, they would have other ideas in terms of limiting the Grenadians. As this one is walked off his pads. Redhead, we await the signal of umpire Bayam. This appears to be a leg by. So another one added to the total. 137 for the loss of 9. Daryl Cyrus, the senior batting partner in this case, comes in to strike.
Well, Cyrus really hoping for the best here. Descartes, they call him the man with the golden arm. And indeed, picked up a wicket in his first over thus far. Bowling to Cyrus. Just wrapping him somewhere on the pad or the glove. Not too sure.
Kenroy, you have been singing the praises of Kimani Milius as a captain, as a leader all day, and that was further evidence of it once again in terms of after the break, the two bowlers really never found their rhythm, their lines, and he was quite prepared to be ruthless once again. Removed O'Geese from that end and brought in Descartes and got the wicket in the end.
Right away, always on the money. Well done, Milius. This one has been tugged to mid-on. Tariq does the feeling. One bounce into the... That's... Looking to go over the top there is Cyrus, but only finding Tariq Edwards at mid-on, who collected it and hurdled the throw back into after the stumps, and a bounce to the man at point who did the backing up.
I think we'll see more of that from Cyrus in terms of, I'm not too sure about the batting ability of Redhead, but he's a number 11. And in most cases, top order batters don't really exert a lot of confidence in their number 11 partners. But we'll see how it goes from now. But I would like to think that Darius Cyrus, having seen him in the previous encounter versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines, he has the ability to clear the boundaries here at Sion Hill. I'm sure we'll see a bit more attacking intent from him in the next couple of overs.
Well, Redhead, right behind that delivery, bat and pad together, shows that he has a defense. As you said, you saw Cyrus in the previous games. Probably going to take on the bowlers here. 10th wicket partnership. As you normally say, 9-10 Jack.
And this is something I was about to talk about as well in terms of O'Geese. Before the break, he bowled very well from that end, the flow end. And he really struggled as he's hitting this one. That went like a bullet, really. I can't even recall seeing it. Being struck through the offside. So powerful strike there from Cyrus. We mentioned that his attacking prowess would be tested at this point.
Yeah, that was a flight delivery by O'Geese, and he really got into that one and stroked it over cover into the vacant area and went over the fence for 4 runs. 4 runs to Cyrus. As we continue here at Sion Hill, looking to take the fight to St. Lucia.
Yes, that delivery, we just didn't pick it up, Kenroy. I'm not sure if you saw it going across the outfield. Such was the way in which it was hit. As this one is bowled him, a very good end to the innings there for the St. Lucians, and O'Geese, after being struck powerfully through the offside on the first delivery of this over, Cyrus there going back probably would have been better suited going forward. But the end of the innings here from the Grenadians, they are all out for 142 after being insulted by the St. Lucians. A very good bowling performance by the St. Lucian team, Kenroy.
Yes, discipline kept Grenada in check all the way, never gave them any opportunity to get on top of the bowling. Milius made the changes, made the switches, and at this time they are now 142 all out. A really good job by the St. Lucian bowlers, and well backed up by the fielders as well.
Correct. The Grenadian team, they got off to a very good start in terms of an opening partnership of 45, but they never really found any sort of rhythm to their batting after that initial breakthrough by the St. Lucian team. And as you mentioned, Captain Milius, he led from the front very well in terms of marshalling his troops, his field placing. They were innovative at times, and he was prepared to be ruthless with his bowling changes as well.
Yes, a very good job done by the bowler. Just to let you know, McKenny Clark, he bowled 5 overs, no wicket, 17 runs. Kian Gaston, 1 over. He went for 7, was never reintroduced. Tyreek Edwards, 8 overs, no maidens, 27 runs, 1 wicket. Tavrel Chico, 6 overs, no maidens, 39 runs, 1 wicket. Larry Edwards, a pick of the bowlers, 10 overs, no maidens, 17 runs, 5 wickets. Akeem August, he bowled 5.2 overs, no maidens, 20 runs, and he picked up 2 wickets. Shedrick Descartes, 1 over, and he got 2 wickets. So there you have it for the bowlers. Batting for Grenada. Regis, he got 10 from 21 deliveries. Jeremiah 28 from 30. Charles, he got 6 from 18. Ned, he got 15 from 19. Nobody really got a start except for Jeremiah. He didn't really carry on. Joseph, he got 3 from 11. Ryan John, quicker delivery, kept low as well, 12 from 31. Court Murray, 21 from 60. Jackson, he got 1. Lewis, he got 4 from 14. Redhead was not out on 0. And Cyrus, he got 11 from 10. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, here at Sion Hill. The Grenadians have been bowled out for 142. 142. And Larry Edwards, the pick of the bowlers, he got 5 for 17. So at this time, we will take a break and return with the commencement of St. Lucia innings, looking for a target of 142 here at Sion Hill.
Yes, good afternoon and welcome back to the Sion playing field. We have action for you here in the Windward Islands Senior Men 50 over tournament. Final being played here between St. Lucia and Grenada. My tongue almost slipping there in terms of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They are in action. They're in action there at the Cumberland playing field. So what happened this morning is that the St. Lucia team, they won the toss and elected to field first. The Grenadians, they were skittled out for 142. And then the Duckworth-Lewis computation will say that the St. Lucian team, they will have to make 141 for victory here and secure this title this year. As we welcome back our co-commentator here, Mr. Kenroy Martin.
Hey, good afternoon, Osnet, and good afternoon to our viewers out of Grenada, Spice Isle, and St. Lucia, Pitons. So the Pitons have gotten the better of the morning so far. I just need to complete the work in the second half of this game. As we see, they are now in the middle, and Grenada has taken up the field. They have to defend 141 runs, but cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. You never know what may occur.
It is, and it's just a matter of getting a good start from the Grenadians. They're seamers. What we've seen in the last couple of games here at the Sion playing field is that the seamers have done very well on this wicket, just getting the ball into the right areas, and I'm sure Sherman Lewis will be hoping for more of the same. As he comes into Boto Melius, a beautiful delivery outside the off stump, a bit of carry, a bit of zip, a bit of movement away from the right-handed bat of Kimani Melius there. A very good start by Sherman Lewis.
Yes, hitting the nail on its head right away. Sherman, a senior statesman as well, very experienced, fast bowler. He needs to get some early wickets here, but Kimani Melius, skipper from St. Lucia, coming into this game with a high, coming in on a high really, blasting a 89 in the last innings. Was really dominating as Lewis just hit that one just in front of him, and he just jumped on top of it and played it down to the man at backward point for no run. So steady start here by Lewis for Grenada. They are decked in yellow, green and red.
The captain here, Melius, he'll be looking to lead from the front and hopefully get his team up to this title here this afternoon. It's not going to be easy, given what we've seen from the Grenadians so far in the tournament. In terms of their bowlers, they have the likes of Sherman Lewis. They also have Redhead, the leg spinner Cyrus, who bowled very well against the Vincentians, and of course Court Murray, coming off such a very good innings in the context of things. He bowled well in the last game versus St. Vincent. He would definitely be a handful as well on this type of wicket. So good options for the Grenadian captain Ryan John. He himself being one of those seam bowling options that can be utilized here this afternoon. It will be interesting to see how he marshals his troops if he is to get any sort of sniff of a chance of victory in this encounter.
Well, you said a sniff of a chance. They have a sniff. And if they take that sniff, they're taking a couple of wickets. They have to get Melius early and Descartes in the middle. The St. Lucians, they are a positive team. They have played some really good cricket here in the Super 50. And rightfully, in my opinion, they have really outplayed Grenada this morning. Just need to finish the job here now. But as I said, cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. Melius, the skipper, is on strike as Lewis continues here for Grenada. Good delivery just on the off stump, keeping things nice and tight. Spoke to a couple of the players. They say, well, no devil in the wicket. Just mean the guys didn't apply themselves and bat as they ought to, unfortunately. What I know, based on what was done during the tournament, Teddy Bishop would have been a big miss here for the Grenadians in the middle. And indeed, it showed.
Indeed, his consistencies throughout the tournament, 3 half centuries, I think, if I'm not mistaken, really set the tone for the innings in most of those games, coming in at number 3. As you mentioned, a critical position. This one is walked beautifully off his legs. One bounce, is it? Oh, it's all the way. It's gone all the way. So well timed there from Kimani Melius. There was Sherman Lewis going on the legs, and he just basically caressed it really over deep square leg for a massive 6. So he's up and running, and the St. Lucians are up and running as well, 6 without loss.
Well, Kimani Melius, a.k.a. Farmer, has just taken Lewis to the cleaners. Saw some lovely palm trees in the background. Probably looking to put some manure on the roots of those palm trees. Oh, beautiful shot off his pads. He's starting similar fashion in Cumberland.
This one is guided through the gully region, really. All the Grenadians with their hands on their heads, really. But in the end, I must say it was reasonably well played. He had some degree of control. And the first over being completed at the end of it, the Grenadians responding to 141 for victory. They are 7 without loss.
Well, current run rate 7.20. They need another 136 runs in 294 balls. The whole aspect of things here, that should be a rather easy target to get. St. Lucia been batting well as a unit, as Grenada try to get the better of them this evening, but I really don't think as they have given the St. Lucian enough runs really to put them under any pressure. Based on what has occurred during this tournament, St. Lucia would get to this total rather easily. Once things pans out the way that I've seen it, really. But cricket, as I said, is a game of glorious uncertainties. Could be somebody's there as well to pick up a 5 wickets for Grenada.
Correct, and Haston Jackson will be hoping he's that guy as we see him start proceedings there from the Old Airport end. It's surprising not to see Redhead, Nicholas Redhead. He has been very good for them throughout the tournament. I'm wondering if the captain is thinking he'll have to bring him from the flow end. So the fact that Showman Lewis is bowling from this end, then maybe after that original spell from Showman Lewis, you might see Redhead coming in from the flow end. Just thinking in line of what the captain is thinking here.
Well, Redhead is one of the bowlers who have picked up 5 wickets in the tournament so far. And one of the fast bowlers, Darius Martin, Redhead. Now, Edwards have joined them in the 5 wickets haul. So a couple of 5 wickets haul have been taken by fast bowlers in this tournament.
As we're
Something
going
to note.
Seeing Haston Jackson, a slippery customer. As this one is a bit of an inside edge, I think. Rushing on to Melius there. Maybe needed to be on his front foot. I saw a bit of Haston Jackson in the previous game. Bowled very well versus the Vincent Chance. Has the ability to test the middle of the wicket as well from time to time. So Melius here would have to be watchful against him.
Well, as you see, a slidey, slippery customer he is. Not forgetting Ryan John, the skipper from Grenada as well. He's also one of those customers. He bowls a heavy ball. So Grenada has choices, people to turn to. But Melius have been in tremendous form. He looks positive. He looks really good. And he shows intentions with his bat as well. Farmer just tucks this one to mid-wicket. No run. No devil in the wicket, wasn't it?
Definitely not, but there's still a bit there for the fast bowlers, especially with the new ball. We have seen that all the while here at the side of the playing field. As long as you bend your back with this brand new white ball, you tend to get a bit of response from the surface. And I'm sure both of these seamers opening the bowling here for Grenada will be looking forward to such.
Melius. This one is driven up and over. Down to the third man fence. 4 runs to Melius. He continued in similar vein as he did in Cumberland. Once it's in his half, he's going to have a go. And that one flew over backward point, rushed into the fence for 4.
Yes, positive intent from the captain, Kimani Melius. Delivery on the line of the off stump, fullish length. Came forward and maybe not hitting it in the direction that he was really aiming for, but such is the extent to which he extended his arms. He got the outer portion of the bat and evaded the man there at short third man for his second boundary. Well, actually, at the 6 in the previous over. Now we're seeing a boundary against Jackson. This one again is back of a length, maybe in the area that Jackson might want to be more, especially against Melius. He's a very good front foot player. And if he bats for any extended period of time here, Kenroy, I suspect it would really dent all the hopes of the Grenadian team.
If Melius bats about 10 to 15 overs, I think this game would be over in a jiffy. to be honest. That's how he bats. Very aggressive, and he shows his intentions with his bat. I could remember him signaling when he got to his 50 at Cumberland. He did like this. He said he's allowing his bat to talk, not him.
As we see Jackson once again. Short of a length. He's pulling this one past the man there at mid-wicket. Maybe not getting enough to reach the boundary. As the man out here, a bit of a fumble. Jeremiah just can't get it into his arms like a bar of soap there. Thankfully for him, in the end, he limited the batters to 2 runs. So a short delivery there from Jackson, something that we know that he's capable of doing in trying to restrict or even dismiss the batters.
Yes, and St. Lucia off to a wonderful start here in the second half. Milius, they have rushed up to 13. Again, he's on his back foot and punches at 2 covers. He's gone for 1. He's back for a second. Looking stylish, isn't he?
Yes, timing the ball very well here, Melius. Seemed to be in control. Not a shot really played in anger so far from him. Just a matter of timing the ball, picking up the lengths very early. And he's definitely looking promising for the St. Lucian team. And as we mentioned, as long as he's there, he'll bring a degree of calmness to this run chase. And of course, it will dent the hopes of the Grenadian fielders.
Well, 2 overs have been completed. St. Lucia, in reply to Grenada's 141, they are 15 without loss. And really, a start that they needed. Start that they normally get from the Melius. He got a duck in his first innings, and really when he came out against St. Vincent in the second game, it was rained out, but he looked positive. He looked like he wanted runs. You understand? He batted really nicely, and unfortunately, that game was curtailed because of rain. But his partner, Emmanuel, is no mug with the bat either. He's a very aggressive batter. He hits the ball a long way as well. So both men are pretty much aggressive. So Grenada will have to keep their ball in their half and really bowl them and try to restrict the St. Lucians here. But they have to flying start. 15 without loss. Over number 2 have been completed. And Sherman Lewis is with the ball. He's bowling from the lineman. Here's a slip. Gully. A backward point, short extra cover. Mid off. Lewis. Outside the off stump, he's out caught. Driving outside the off stump. Ryan is at the man, second slip sort of. And Emmanuel is walking back to the pavilion. Caught John off the bowling of Lewis for a duck.
Yes, a very good catch from Ryan John. He seemed to be very good in that region. We saw him taking a blinder from Gideon Pope in the previous game. Delivery full outside the off stump, and there was the batter there. Emmanuel looking for that drive. Maybe not really getting to the pitch of it. A bit of movement away from the bat as well from Sherman Lewis. And the Grenadians, they get their first breakthrough. The St. Lucians, they are 13 for 1.
Yes, wonderful catch here by Ryan John. Between first and second slip, diving to his left. Picking up a beautiful catch to dismiss Emmanuel. Disappointed he would have been. The wicket keeper from St. Lucia. So that brings Nachum into the wicket to do battle here with the Grenadians with his skipper Melius, who's already gone on to 15 from 17 deliveries. St. Lucia here are 15 for 1.
That's also correct. I mentioned 13, it's actually 15 for 1. All of the runs so far scored by Kimani Melius. The new batsman is Nachum. Stephen Nachum. Coming in at a good time. His captain looking quite positive from the other end. It's a matter of getting a partnership going, getting a start for himself personally, and thinking about building a partnership with his senior partner in the form of Kimani Melius.
Yeah, what I've seen from Nachum, he's a very organized player. Nachum, he hits a ball on its merit. He plays each ball on its merit. He takes his risk when he has to, but he's very much organized. One of the better organized players I've seen in the tournament. That's one is edgy and he's out caught. Look at the catch. Ryan John at second slip. My God. Beautiful delivery from Lewis. and he hauled himself to the right and took a wonderful catch. St. Lucia have lost wicket number 2.
Yeah, the third blinder we have seen from Ryan John in this tournament here at the Sion playing field. A forced delivery there, just pitching and moving away from Showman Lewis, tend to get that ball to move away from the right-hander quite a bit. There was Nature just fishing really, feet nowhere, but must be said a brilliant catch, diving away to his right from Ryan John. And the Grenadians, they're back into this game. All the wickets being taken here will definitely put a bit of pressure on the St. Lucia middle order.
Look at that, look at that. Cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties. St. Lucia, second half, they are now 15 for 2. After 2 overs, they were 15 without loss. Within the space of 2 deliveries, they are 15 for 2. Oh, cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties. It is not over until the fat lady sings.
Yes, I agreed. And Showman Lewis has bowled very well throughout this tournament. I've been impressed with him. That's a bit of pace. He's a man of West Indies experience as well. Played for I think it's 1 test match for the West Indies. So he has that international exposure and he's definitely using that to his advantage at this particular level.
You see the replay on the screen. Look at him hauling himself to the right. Brilliant catch there by the skipper. Leading by example. Up in the air. Wonderful catch. St. Lucia here at Sion are 15 for 2. Looking for a target of 142. Seems a very far way off.
Well, after the first 2 overs, it appeared to be within touching distance. But such is the nature of the collapse that we have seen here. Mini collapse, that is, in terms of 2 wickets going in this over. It's now looking a far distance away. It's not often that you would see a fast bowler, Kenroy, feeding in the slip cordon. But that has been the case with Ryan John. And he has been brilliant in that particular region. The captain as well, so leading from the front.
So Lewis on a high hat-trick delivery. Second slip there, Lewis. Oh, there's a loud appeal. He's out. Hat-trick delivery. Hat-trick delivery. Lewis have provided the start that Grenada needs. He has claimed the hat-trick. Oh, look at the delivery. Shoulder arms. Plumb right in front of the stumps. Dighton Butler had no hesitation. That index finger came up. Grenada on a roll. Lewis have picked up a hat-trick.
Well, the only thing that could have saved the batter there was the height. But he's not a tall man. And that delivery pitched on and about the off stump, coming back into the left-hander. We mentioned earlier he gets the ball to move away from the right-hander. But what we have seen now, the ability to get the ball to come back into the left-hander, and was a relatively easy decision from Dighton Butler in the end, since he did not really play a shot at that one. So the third wicket goes, the third wicket in a row actually, and it's 15 for the loss of 3.
Dream start here for Grenada. After being bowled out for 142, you can't ask for it better than this, really. Cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties, and really Lewis have set up this Grenadian team here with a fantastic start here in over number 3. He have picked up a hat-trick. We have not seen that in a tournament for a long time, and this will be talked about in a pretty long time and over a period of time. What a start it is for him. What a start it is for Grenada. This is a finals that you would love to be at. So those of us who are making our way down here, try and hustle.
Well, they need to hustle, Kenroy, with the speed at which the game is progressing. They might not have any action left in the next hour or so.
I tell you, what a start that is. Kimeli Melius on the other end just looks on as he sees the wickets being tumbling. So that brings August to the crease, left-handed. Lewis inside, oh, beautiful delivery. Bowling with some pace. Lewis has reached all the way down to the striker's crease.
Maybe just asking him how was his lunch, Kenroy. But that delivery on this occasion has gotten it to move away from the left-hander. So good bowling here, creating a bit of doubt into the batsman's mind. And the batter out here, O'Geese, he might have been in the pavilion seeing the ball nipping back into the left-hander, as was the case with the previous dismissal. But on this occasion, just pitching and leaving him. And so that would definitely set him up for a very interesting over.
Lewis sprints away. Oh, that one is just on the leg side. Wide signal by the umpire. Just losing his line and length there somewhat, trying to get into the body of August. And St. Lucia on the fence already. Over number 3. He could not have said that 2 overs ago. Melius on the go. All of a sudden, things have changed within the space of 3 deliveries. Hat-trick being taken here by Lewis. As the skipper moves from slip. There's an extra slip being inserted here as well. 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, short extra cover, deep mid-wicket, a fine leg, square leg. There's a lifting delivery outside the house stump. I think he has found his rhythm.
There's a bit of pace, as we mentioned, from Showman Lewis. And I'm sure those 3 wickets would have really propelled his energies, his strength to a higher level. On the other hand, Ogis and West Indies under 19 player, quite experienced at that level. And this would definitely test his mental strength, his mental fortitude in terms of how can he deal with such a situation, a bowler with his tail up. And you have a lot of company around the bat in the form of 2 slips and a gully.
His tail is up. This flag is waving. The breeze is blowing. Cool conditions. This one is on the leg. Just missing it a little bit. I think there will be a signal from the umpire. Leg by, signal by the umpire. And that brings the entertaining over from Lewis to an end. What a over that was for Grenada. What a over it was from Lewis. He reminds you of his potential here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. What a over that was.
Yes, entertaining over indeed. From a Grenadian perspective, not so as a St. Lucian supporter. But it's very good bowling, I must say, in that over. In terms of Lewis just getting the ball to talk, as they would say. A movement either way, causing difficulties for the St. Lucian batsmen. And Haston Jackson, he'll be looking to replicate that type of performance. But as you said, Kimali Melius, he really has no choice but to stand from the other end and looking surprised.
Well, St. Lucia have not found themselves in this situation for the whole tournament. It's the last day. And really, Lewis have put them on their back foot. 3 wickets and 3 deliveries, a hat-trick. Jackson looking to replicate. 2 slips, backward point, square cover. Mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, and a deep square leg and a fine leg. This one is short and he's pulling. Calls for 1. He's looking for a second. No, says his skipper. Throw comes in. 1 more run to the score. Just Jackson probably just need to hit a good line and then keep the pressure on the batters. St. Lucia for the tournament has not lost so many wickets in a cluster. But really, they have to come back and fight here. No one thought of it, but cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties, Xipper Melius is on strike. How would this affect him? I'm not too sure. Would he change his game plan? Would he go into his shell? Would he continue playing his shots? Left to be seen. He's on strike. This one is on the leg stump. Taken by the wicketkeeper. Just probably nip the pads. Jackson just losing his line somewhat.
Well, it is always going to be difficult to really match up the performance at the other end, Kenroy. It's not every day of the week you get to see an hat-trick. So Jackson here just needs to put less pressure on himself. Just do the basics right and hopefully forge a good bowling combination. We spoke about the combination of Larry Edward and Chico. And when it's St. Lucian bowl, they'll need something similar to that, the Grenadians.
Melius easily behind that one. Rather quiet here now. The sun is out. A few clouds in the sky, no dark ones, a little grey, a little bit greyish. Hoping for an exciting finish to this tournament, and Lewis have provided us with such. Great over that was.
At a halfway stage, we were all saying it's perhaps looking to be a one-sided affair. But Lewis, he had other ideas, and he has definitely opened the door for the Grenadians. It's just a matter of how desperate they are to get further into the building.
This one over the heads, teasing there at the man a short leg. Melius not really committing to the shot. Ball hitting the upper portion of the bat and evading the man at short leg there. And oh, how close that was.
Very close indeed, but it's a position we've seen the Grenadians employed since the first over in terms of having that man there, not really at a silly mid-on really. He's a bit deep. He's a bit deeper. And maybe for that type of shot in essence, and there's also a deep square leg and a deep fine leg being employed as well. So it tells me that from time to time they're going to test these St. Lucians with the shorter delivery.
Well, St. Lucia, 19 for 3, 3.4 overs bowled, looking for a target of 141. Jackson, outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. Grenada in a bright yellow, green with the red as their number, the Spice Isle. Indeed, Lewis have spiced things up for them this evening. Starting with a wonderful over. 2 brilliant catches from the skipper.
Whenever you have such a small paltry total on the board, Kenner, you need to take all your chances. And that is what we have seen from the Grenadians so far. And those 2 catches really exemplify the type of passion, the type of fielding effort that would be required in this run chase.
Stung the leg side. No ball signal by the umpire. Overstepping that front crease is Jackson, so a free hit would be on offer.
It's a very good opportunity here for Geese to free his arms. He's normally a very attacking player, but we'll definitely need to curb those natural instincts in his quest to forge somewhat of a partnership with his captain. This delivery getting away with it. Jackson was a full.
Just leaving that one outside the off stump, a free hit, thinking that the umpire would have called a wide delivery. But a good delivery ball there by Jackson, wide outside the off stump. Oogies could not get in contact with that one.
Yes, really made no effort really, as you mentioned. Perhaps was looking for a call from the umpire, but in the eyes of umpire Bayam, it was a legitimate delivery. So no run scored from that free hit.
This one is outside the off stump. He's playing and missing. As Grenada chirping. Could hear the encouragement coming from the players. Over number 4 comes to an end. 21 for 3. 4 overs completed. Beautiful delivery that was as the replay goes on the screen. Grenada 1-4-1. Lewis have picked up 3 wickets. Hat-trick. Jack to his partner has bowled none for 12 in his 2 overs. Kimeli Melias, he's at the crease, the skipper. He's unbeaten on 16. He would be taking strike from the informed Lewis.
Yes, this is always going to be a key matchup here in this afternoon. Showman Lewis with his tail up, as we alluded to, versus the skipper himself and the man who has looked the most positive so far in the St. Lucian reply.
Sure, man. Outside the off stump. Some pace on that one.
It's a good test match length, I would say. Just on and about the off stump, and he gets that movement away from the right-handed Melius. He beat him actually on the first delivery of this reply. So Melius definitely will need to be mindful of that, watchful, and be selective in his approach.
As skipper John comes up to the stump and make sure that his fielders are in the right position. Lewis pulls out. Don't think that Melius was ready.
The skipper John was still on his way back to his position. So that's why Kimani would have taken the opportunity to just pull out of that one. Maybe perhaps looking to frustrate Showman Lewis to some extent as well.
Well, it's hard to frustrate a man who have picked up a hat-trick and over before. Let's see what his reply would be. The Grenadians keep improving, keep clapping and encouraging their fellow brothers as Lewis outside the off stump. You hear the loud catch him. The chirping continues here. Exciting time here for the Grenadians. Exciting time here for Lewis as he continues to bowl a very good line and length outside the off stump, causing trouble to the St. Lucian batters.
Yes, you could hear the loud yelling of Kimani Melius. Very disappointed to play that particular shot. It was a foolish length outside the off stump, so one can argue that perhaps it was there to be hit. But as you mentioned, Lewis getting that ball to move away. So definitely a risky shot given the state of play currently.
This time he shoulder arms into the keeper's glove. The sun bursts through the clouds. We have not seen it brighter than this for the day. It's coming out in all its glory as the Grenadians shines in their yellow, red and green national colors there. St. Lucia decked in blue, black and yellow. Lush green outfield. 10th time, Lewis. Oh, just leave that alone outside here. Stomp into the keeper's glove again.
It's good bowling. It's a good contest. It's good batting as well. After that initial swipe outside the off stump, he has managed to just leave alone those last two deliveries. That is going to be key. Being selective in terms of what to play and what not to play. His partnership is also critical. You mentioned this card to come. The only centurion in the tournament so far. I don't think they will want him to come into such a pressure situation. They want him to come in and play freely. So some sort of partnership needs to be forged between these two. And hopefully take it all the way, or at least very close to that Grenadian total.
Well, it's heavily dependent on this man. Oh, he plays with two minds there. That tells you the situation. That tells you how tight things are. Melius looking to play, looking to leave in two minds. Really. So some teasing bowling here by Lewis. Keeping Melius on his toes, keep him thinking. How much have these 3 wickets affected his thinking? I'm not too sure.
Well, I was just about to allude to that fact, Kenroy. It's amazing what pressure does to you as a batter. In terms of the start that he made, he looks like everything was under control, like 2-3 overs ago, and all of a sudden he's quite indecisive in terms of whether to play or leave those deliveries outside.
This one is driven to covers nicely. The man at point, sweeper, picks up. That brings the Lewis over to an end, and that takes Kimani Melius up to 17, sorry. His partner, Ogis, is on 1. So, St. Lucia, in reply to Grenada's 141, they are now 22 for 3. 22 for 3. St. Lucia in reply to Grenada's 141. Melius is on strike. Jackson is with the ball in his hand. Jackson just bowling just in the line of middle and leg, really close to Melius. Keeping things tight. There's a short leg just waiting for him to pop it anyway in that area. So some thought has gone into the game as well. Skipper Ryan John, Melius probably have the tendency of playing that ball in the air in that vicinity where the short leg is placed. Jackson, this one is keeping a trifle low.
Yes, the Grenadians fielders really supporting their bowlers here. And rightfully so, understandably so, given the start that they've made. I don't think in their wildest dreams they would have been expecting to get 3 wickets in that quick time. But it's just a matter of driving home the advantage now for the Grenadians. In terms of the St. Lucians, they definitely need a partnership.
Well, needed. Melius is totally behind that one. It's in the middle of the bat. Rolls up to the man at mid-on, who does the feeling.
In the last game, we saw a 3-over boss from the seamers. I'm not sure that would be the case, especially as it relates to Showman Lewis this time around. We'll be definitely telling the captain to sell him the ball, actually.
Well, it should be. After Hatchet, wide delivery down the leg side. Signal now by umpire Byam. Well, the bowlers, especially Lewis, would not be looking to bowl 3 overs this afternoon. He would be looking to bowl as long as possible, keeping this St. Lucian batters at bay. Jackson runs away, small steps. It's a short delivery into his body and he just turns it nicely. Down to fine leg, picks up another single.
Well, that's all he needs to do now at this point in time, Melius. Just walk the ball into gaps. Try and calm down the Grenadians, really, in terms of they're very noisy at this point in time, giving full support to their bowlers. As a batting team, you just need to, when you hear less and less noise, it means that you are doing well as a batting team.
I agree with that. Just need to weather the storm somewhat. Wait to be patient. But the Grenadians are hoping to get this scalp, hoping to get Melius. Try and get Descartes into the wicket as early as possible. 2 youngsters from St. Lucia. Melius, skipper for the West Indies under 19 team a couple of years ago. Still a very young man. And he's been joined there with August, who is also the skipper for the Windward Islands. We made it to the West Indies team as well. So St. Lucia doing exceptionally well with their youngsters. This one is left outside the half stump into the keeper's glove. That brings the Jackson over to an end. After that over, St. Lucia 24 for 3. And 6 overs have been completed.
Yes, the scoring rate coming down quite a bit. After the first 2 overs, the score was 15 without loss. So the next 4 overs or so, they've just managed to score 9 runs. So it tells me that the Grenadians, they've really been on top in the last couple of overs in terms of restricting the scoring rate, but most importantly, getting those needed breakthroughs in terms of denting the top order here of the St. Lucian team.
Well, they have done much more than denting. They have totally demolished the top order of the St. Lucian batting. Lewis picking up 3, a hat-trick. Jackson has none for 14. Kimberly Melius on strike. Short leg in place. Deep backward point. This one is just on top of it. Man at gully does the feeling.
Looking at Showman Lewis, Kenroy, a very smooth action. And goes with very good pace. Gets the ball to move as well away from the right-hander. We've spoken extensively about that. But definitely someone with good credentials as a fast bowler.
St. Lucia needs another 119 runs to eclipse this Super 50 tournament championships. Melius just comes back and ride it. Picks up another single. August comes and strike. Yeah, yes, cricket is just a game where you have to weather the storm, look at the situation, and adjust in accordance to what is happening. Melius started off fiery, and all of a sudden he has gone lukewarm because of the fall of those 3 wickets.
Yes, agreed, and that's what cricket is all about. That's what batting is all about. You're not always going to get things in your favor as a batter, especially an opening batsman. Sometimes you're off to a very good start. Sometimes you have to work your way through in terms of getting your innings going. So that is something that Melius will have to get used to, being an opening batsman. And there's no sort of scoreboard pressure here, really, as the total is not a big one. The required run rate from the start being less than 3 runs per over. So they can afford to actually soak up some deliveries here. But what they don't want to happen is being totally bogged down and makes it difficult for them to really switch again in terms of getting their innings going, getting any sort of momentum into their innings.
Grenada would be thinking about a few things. This is Lewis' 4th over. Not too sure if he's withering on the weather. Sun is not all that hot from what we have experienced during this tournament. This one's a short one, hitting August somewhere in the rib area. I could hear the echo from here. He doesn't have a chest guard on. He's a little fella, and that struck him somewhere in the rib cage area.
I was actually feeling my rib cage after that delivery. Such was the noise, the loud thud that you heard on that delivery. There's a rising, lifting delivery there from Showman Lewis. And for a while, I thought Ogis was going to just bury his pride to some extent. But he's done. I'm looking to just maybe a bit winded as well.
Well, that should take the wind out of your sail. Somehow, shock him somewhere under the rib cage area. Could have heard that, as you normally say in the olden days. Sounds like a thump. As Ogis catches himself and taps away again, Lewis, he's fully forward, saying that, yes, you have shot me in the rib cage area, but I'm still here, not giving up the fight.
Yeah, it's a good confidence stride there from Ogis, showing that he's up for the fight, as you mentioned, after being hit in that uncomfortable area. The follow-up delivery was well played by him. So the 4th over, Showman Lewis. So mentioned the short spells that were utilized by the captain Ryan John in the previous encounter. So it will be interesting to see if we'll see him again, Showman Lewis, from this end 2 overs from now.
Well, who does the skipper turn to after Lewis and Jackson? This one is short and he's pouncing on that. Over mid-off. Reminds you of the little man Gus Logie from Trinidad. Short delivery. He was in the air, airborne, and slapping it over mid-off, picking up 2 runs, signaling his intentions here is August.
Well, it's safe to say that that shot would have originated based on the previous delivery that struck him in that ribcage area. But thankfully for Ogis, it would have evaded the man there at mid-off. But 2 runs nevertheless to him, as we're going to see a change in bowling. And it's going to be Redhead coming in from that end, that old airport end. We were thinking that perhaps the captain is saving him to bring him from the flow end. But the captain has other ideas. So we'll see how he goes.
What's that on my phone? What's that?
Well, it's Redhead. Picked up 5 wickets. His last encounter in Cumberland. A different surface this is, different batsmen. 27 for 3. 7 overs completed, current run rate 3. Needs another 116 runs. 258 balls remaining. Skipper Melius is on 19 from 27. Ogis is on 3 from 13 deliveries.
So the first bowling change would be that of Redhead. A strong man, well built, does hit the deck very hard. Also gets the ball to move in both directions. I'm sure that type of skill set would really pose some sort of difficulty for the St. Lucian batsmen. As we see Redhead coming in for this forced delivery. This one is short of a length, and there goes Melius. Played it out to the man there at backward point. There's no run. Skipper Melius been there from the start to witness all the carnage from the other end. And he'll be thinking to himself, just need to get through this period really. Life would definitely get easier as time goes by. The Grenadians will be hoping that Redhead can follow up the early spell bowled by Lewis and to a lesser extent Jackson. This one is down the leg side and should come across for single.
Down the leg side.
Decided against it, but it's another wide signal there by umpire Bayam. A bit of extras being conceded here. Similar to what we saw when the St. Lucians bowled as well.
Yeah, and have to be careful. You have a small total. Have to be careful with those extras.
Especially after making such a paltry total, you need to be disciplined really in your bowling effort. You can't afford to give away these easy singles, as they would say. As that's a good off outside the off stump, short and wide. And Melius would feel that he would have missed out on that occasion. Any sort of bat on that delivery definitely would have led to runs. Just looking at the field, there's a man there at slip, one at short fine leg, deep square leg, one out at deep third man, cover, mid off, mid on, and a man at short mid wicket. The 8 for the loss of 3. It's a slow delivery there from Redhead, well read by the captain Melius. Melius is a batter who, as you mentioned, a previous West Indies under-19 captain, so he has been around the circuit for a very long time. Rather experienced, relatively experienced as well, especially at this level. Seen quite a bit of him for the Windward Islands. So definitely someone whom they have invested in, and it's good to see that he has made a degree of progress, and he'll be looking to further exemplify that progress by way of winning this game for his team. This one is beating him outside the off stump. Bit of movement from Redhead. We spoke about his credentials in terms of getting that ball to move away from the right-handed batsman. So point out that the key wicket taker so far, Sherman Lewis, we're seeing him given some attention there from the physio, not to show how serious that issue is. Just all right. They're just going through some stretches. I'm not too sure if he'll be able to go back on the start of the next over. Sure, the St. Lucians will be smiling at that, as this one is walked again off his legs from Kimani Melius for another single. So 29 for the loss of 3.
Yes, it's very critical when, very hard for you to lose a bowler like Lewis now after bowling so well. You know, unfortunately, early this morning, they lost Bishop. And after bowling so well here, Lewis seems to have himself some issues as well for the Grenada team.
The physio so far, she has been very competent in her work. And the Grenadian camp will be hoping that she can just work some magic. As this one is played beautifully over fine leg for 6. Wonderful shot there from Akeem Ogist.
Yeah, his intentions is clear. He's here for the fight. He's taking the fight too. The Grenadians, if you bowl it short, he's going to have a go. And really a good shot by him. And he's, as I said, he's signaling his intentions. He's not worried about the score. He's not worried about what is happening. But he's going to play his game.
Well, he's a free-flowing player based on what we've seen of him in the recent under-19 tournaments. He's someone who scores freely, likes to feel the bat on ball, but also has good temperament as well. And he'll be hoping that he can transfer all of these skills into a match-winning effort here today for his team. That delivery on the line of the leg stump, perhaps struggling with the right and left hand combination there, Sherman, Redhead, sorry. And it was well played, well timed. Didn't try to hit it too hard and got it over deep fine leg for a massive 6. 35 for the loss of 3, as we see the skipper Ryan John coming into the attack. So definitely would be the end of the spell there from Shawman Lewis, not to show the extent to which he can continue later on. That's something we might get as an update for your viewers. But for now, there's a bit on the treatment table, as they would say. And skipper Ryan John taking those 2 brilliant catches early on. I'm sure he'll be buoyed by those, and he'll be hoping to transfer that sort of confidence into the bowling spell that he's about to perform.
John is with the ball in his hand. Bowls a heavy ball. He'll be bowling to Melios, skipper from St. Lucia. John just hits a good length. Melios is forward. This period is a pretty much a very important period here, as the bowlers have been changed. Batters have to be very much more careful.
Well, it's critical that these 2 bowlers back up the earlier effort. That is what this bowling effort would be requiring of these men, Ryan John and Redhead, off to a very good start. But they will want to keep on taking wickets, because it's highly unlikely that they'll be able to bowl their full quota of 50 overs and restrict a St. Lucian team.
Well, can they do it? Can they back up 2 bowlers who opened the bowling for Grenada? Can they do it? Can they pick up another 2 wickets or so and really bring St. Lucia under some tremendous pressure? Left to be seen. Ryan John has the ball in his hands. He has the opportunity to bowl his team to victory.
Short of a length delivery. Melios Status going back and pushing it back up to the bowler. It's been watchful, Melios, after that first over where he was going like a runaway train, as they would say. He's really curbed his natural instincts, played to the occasion, something that we have been calling for on numerous occasions as it relates to different players, playing the situation. And so far, so good for him.
Well, this game is hanging in the balance. This one is cut. Man could hardly react there at the sweeper, and really that rushed onto him.
Yes, there's actually 2 men out on that offside. There's a man there at a squarish cover, right? And there's also a man at deep third man on that occasion. Short and wide. Melios really got everything into that one. But well fielded there from Jeremiah. As you mentioned, it went like a bullet, really. Well set the field. It's time for the left-hander. There's a deep square leg. There's a man at deep fine leg. Slip. A short third man. Cover. Extra cover. Mid-off. Mid-on. And a man there at short mid-wicket. As John comes around the wicket. This one perhaps heading down the leg side. A bit high as well.
John continues to trouble these batters. Bowling just on the off stump there, just rushing into his pads. Forgetting he was struck in the rib cage area. Probably still haven't gotten over that as yet. Mentally, it's probably with him. It would be with him. But he's still there batting. He's driving that shot to the bouncing in front of the man at mid-on. Played in 2 minds, wanted to go over the top, wanted to just choke it on the ground, falling short. So another over comes in. The Ryan John over has come to an end, and after that over, St. Lucia 36 for 3. 36 for 3, 9 overs completed.
Yes, a slightly slow pace in terms of the partnership, the progress of the St. Lucian team, but that is not a problem in terms of the scoring rate, the required run rate. That is it's just a small total It's a matter of them batting for time here, getting used to the pace and the conditions. And they're both attacking players. They're both free-scoring players. So we expect that if a bad delivery presents itself, they'll be in a position where they can put it away and keep up with the scoring rate.
But it's critically important that they dispatch the bad deliveries when they are tossed up, when they are given to them. That eases the pressure off of you and off your team, scoring and off those bad deliveries. As Redhead runs away, bowling to Melias. This one is cut down to the man at backward point. The runs have really dried up somewhat. Sun is beating down on us here. .36 for 3. St.Lucia in replies to Grenada's 141. 3.93. Need 107 from 245 deliveries. This one is punched to the man, a third man. Single.
Redhead hasn't really found that consistency as yet in his bowling spell. Following up on the openers opening pair, he has not really hit the lengths that we know he can on a consistent basis. And the Grenadians will be hoping that's changing very quickly. This one is wonderfully played over cover for 6. All the natural talent there of Akeem Ogis coming to the forefront with a beautiful off jive over extra cover for 6. A wonderful shot there, Kenroy.
Wow, class. That was just extreme class. Went on the front foot and just stroked it over cover. Sand Hill, not a small ground by any means. And that rushed over the fence, into the fence for 6 runs. Classy shot that is.
As you're seeing Redhead once again, be looking to stage a good response here. A full toss again, and he's driving this one out to the same region. Not timing it as well as the previous one, but we'll get 2 more runs. 2 more runs added to the total.
Well, he pressed that one through the covers. Picked up another 2 runs. Ogis looking very positive. He's with his skipper, Melias. Score moves up now to 43. 43 for 3. Needs another 99 runs. Current run rate is 4.55. 147 balls.
This one is walked neatly off his legs, past the umpire Butler at square leg for another single. So Ogis just getting a bit of momentum into his innings in terms of hitting the bad balls away and also walking the ball into the gaps. Still seem to be nursing that area that he was hit earlier. As you mentioned, that's not a pain that will go away right away magically. What is interesting or what is good to see from him is that he hasn't allowed that to affect him in any way in terms of playing any rash shots. He is still being able to buckle down really and fight for his team. This one is a wide outside the off stump by Redhead, maybe striving for a bit more pace. 2 overs, 1.5 overs, sorry, none for 17 so far. So we mentioned that the start maybe not what the Grenadian teams were looking forward to from him. As Captain John comes in from his slip position, maybe having a word with him, encouraging him. Definitely need a sort of encouragement. The last over of this first power play. 46 for the loss of 3, St.Lucia. This one is down the leg side once again. We'll be brushing the tie pad or something. No signal there from the umpire Bayam. It's the end of the over. 10 runs coming from that one. A good one from the St. Lucians. At the end of the first power play, they are 46 for the loss of 3. They need a further 95 runs.
Yeah, looking at the game and the scenario, what is happening now, someone may say that's an easy game to win. But cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. It took 1 over to get the St. Lucians in this position that they are now. So you could never tell what could happen. But the thing is, who do you turn to after this bowling spell?
Yes, and no one has been able to really replicate the performance of Sherman Lewis so far in terms of the penetration that he brought to the bowling. And we've seen him back on the field actually. And that's good to see from a Grenadian's perspective that he's out there. And maybe at some point in time, he must be given a second spell.
I do agree with you there. He's my main trump card. Would have to get another spell before the introduction of somebody else. Try and get another wicket. Get down to the middle of the St. Lucian batting. But August is really looking positive as well.
John is coming around
It's
the
a
wicket.
loud appeal from John.
It's again that angle around the wicket, Kenroy. I mean, we're from side on here, but perhaps just drifting down the leg side. The angle.
It's a difficult thing to get that ball lined up from around the wicket based on the angle. He's bowling the right arm around the wicket. It always starts outside the off stump, or it starts outside of the leg stump.
So Ogis is on 16 from 19. Melius 23 from 40 as he's back and plays this one up comfortably. A good looking player, stylish player, Ogis. A tall man. Does time the ball very well, as we saw in the previous over against Redhead where he deposited him over extra cover for a massive 6. So definitely a young man that we think that the right investments must be made into, and hopefully we'll see some dividends a day into the future.
Well, let's hope so. Get some dividends for the investments made. It's a young age. This one has been pulled.
It's a short of a length delivery there, perhaps rushing on to Ogis to some extent and not really timing that pull shot, but he gets a single as well. Score moves up to 47 for the loss of 3. We'll get an update on the other game for you in a while.
Should be an interesting game as well.
As Ryan John, skipper, bowling to captain. So captain versus captain here. Who will come out trumps? This one is walked out to the man there at a short square leg. There's no run. Captain Melius really steadying the ship after that. All his should I say iceberg would have touched it. Was able to just steer it to some extent. He's not out of the water as yet. Still a relatively long way to go. And just an update on the other score. Dominica, they're 48 without loss in response to the Vincentian total of 181. So the Dominica looking to register their first points in this tournament and seem to be well on their way to doing that.
Against the hosts. What a way to do it.
I think at the end of this tournament, Kenroy, the Vincentian team, they will have more questions than answers as it relates to their performance so far in the tournament, being the host nation as well. It's also been disappointing for them. I'm sure if they were playing the final today, we would have seen a bigger crowd here at Sion Playing Field.
Well, it would have been a much better crowd though, for sure. Would have loved to see those players in the finals, although it's a Very senior team, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But we have gone to the first hour of play here at Sion Hill. And St. Lucia, after the first hour, they are now
49 for the loss of 3 wickets. And I think we're going to see the introduction of the leg spinner by way of Daryl Cyrus, who had a brilliant spell really against the Vincentians. So the backup options really, I don't really want to call them backup options, but the third and fourth options there for the Grenadian team, perhaps not looking as threatening, as penetrative as we saw from Lewis. And Captain John, he's forced to bring in his first spinner. We still have Court Murray, the left arm spinner. Haven't seen him as yet, but the leg spinner will definitely be tried in this case. Spinners done well today in the form of Larry Edward taking up a 5-wicket haul, so they'll be hoping that Larry Cyrus can actually replicate that performance and dent the progress of the St. Lucian team even furthermore. Flighty delivery, well bowled by Cyrus, good start. I think one thing we can say about Daryl Cyrus is that he's accurate as a leg spinner, very accurate. I think in the last game he bowled most of his overs from the flow end though. Be interesting to see how he goes from this end. This time he's taking the outer portion of the bat once again from Melius, and he gets a single. Melius opting for no helmet.
Well, fortune favor the brave. Spinners are bowling.
I was thinking more in line with the sun. The sun itself. Temperatures these days have been very over the charts, really. But it's it's turned out to be a very good day for cricket. And I'm hoping that it continues in this vein. As it's the left-handed O'Geese is on strike now. There's a man at long on, mid-off, deep extra cover, short mid-wicket, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket. And a man there at backward point. Also a man under the helmet. We've seen that man all day. Just waiting for any opportunity really to pounce on anything deflected or inside edge onto his pad. Something of that sort. As O'Geese is working this one comfortably out to deep mid-wicket for a single. That is exactly just what is required from the St. Lucians at this point in time, and that brings up, well, the 50 was already up in the previous single that was gained by Melius. It's now 51 for the loss of 3. Captain Melius is back on strike. It's on 24 from 44 deliveries so far. So he's cutting this one beautifully, finding the gap. It should get close to the boundary. And 2 runs to Melius. No, didn't really try to hit that one too hard. Just wanted to find the gap. And this partnership now, slowly but surely, growing. And as long as these 2 remain at the wicket, it will cause a lot of pressure on the Captain John to not only stem the flow of runs, but also to get that wicket. This one is on the line. He's out. From Byam raising that dreaded finger. So the change has worked for the Grenadians. A flighted delivery, and there was Melius going across his wicket really, and missed it completely. A bit of disappointment from him, perhaps with the shot or maybe the decision, but a very good breakthrough there for the Grenadian team.
Yes, just when St. Lucia looks like they want to bring things back to their all of a sudden, Grenada has strike back again and take that important wicket of Kimeli Melius. He walks back to the pavilion dejected, but somebody else has to do the work. He has to come back to the pavilion, and St. Lucia are now, at this time, 53 for 4. They have just brought up their 50. So this game is nowhere close from being over with that wicket of Melius.
I think it's a big wicket, you know. Melius, the captain, he seemed to have been prepared to batter all of these overs and take his team home. I think that delivery was a full delivery. I think he was defeated by the length of the delivery. Not really short enough to play that sweep shot. And he missed it completely. And umpire Byam adjudged him to be LBW. So a wonderful breakthrough there for the Grenadian team. And the umpires have called on drinks. So what we'll do, we'll take a short break here and be back with you in a couple of minutes' time. Yes, welcome back to the Sion playing field. This intriguing encounter between Grenada and St. Lucia in the Windards Island Senior Men 50 over tournament final. Game being played here at the Sion playing field. And just before the water break, our wicket was gained there by the Grenadian team. That of the captain, Kimani Melius. It brings Shadrach Descartes into strike. The man with 100 as this one is hit straight to the man there at short mid-wicket. A chance there. I think it's Shawman Lewis diving away to his left. But thankfully for Auguste, he was able to get enough bat on it to evade that man and get himself a boundary. So the first boundary after the drinks break. And it's now up to 57. 57 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Well, a small target here for the St. Lucian to get, but they have lost 4 wickets in the pursuit of getting to this target of 141, and still there are some chances being offered up by the batsman Auguste, just tipping the finger, just having the fingertips on that one, and Bailey just rushed into the fence before, barely touching it. Really, what a good shot from him still, but just a little bit too close comfort. Has to be very careful here, the St. Lucians. Again, short delivery. Ryan John operating from the lineman. No signal from the umpire. Seems like there's some bat involved in that one.
It appears, Kenroy, that they will be testing Auguste on that particular length. Having hit him in the rib cage earlier, it's a length that they have persisted with in this innings. Auguste, to his benefit, he has been able to play that pull shot to some good effect. But I'm thinking that the Grenadian teams would be quite persistent in their quest to dismiss him by that mode of operation. As Descartes comes into strike, a man who we have seen in the VPL as well, Vinci Premier League. Plays for the Darkview Explorers. He's driving this one. A confident start from Descartes. Out to deep extra cover. Perhaps should have been a second there. But he's off the mark. He's up and running. 59 for the loss of 4. Yes, Descartes, Kenroy, you've seen a lot of him. What do you make of him so far in this tournament?
Pretty much organized. Very good player. He plays to the situations and circumstances. He knows what to do and when to do it. He's very much mature. And really, I love to see him at the crease. And really, St. Lucia would love to see him at the end of this innings. But
definitely,
I would like to have to see the back of him.
I think one thing we'll know for sure is that if he spends any degree of time at the wicket, this total would definitely be achieved a bit quicker. But he does need to give himself the opportunity to have a start, have a look, to see what the wicket is doing, see what the bowlers are doing. And we saw him in the CPL as well, for the St. Lucia Kings. Perhaps not getting the type of tournament he himself would be totally satisfied with. But it's good that he got the exposure. Someone we definitely can see doing great things for the regional side in the future.
Yes, would love to see that from Descartes. So Ryan John continues to operate for his team, Team Grenada. Auguste is nicely behind that one. He has gone on to 25 from 28 deliveries. Descartes has just joined him. He's 1 from 1. St. Lucia, 59 for 4.
Well, Auguste has been... He has been able to maintain a decent scoring rate, 25 from 29 deliveries. He's now the senior person in this partnership in relation to the time spent at the wicket. Descartes just coming to the wicket. So it's important that Descartes gives himself a chance, as we mentioned, to get used to the conditions. Auguste is already scoring at a reasonable rate, so there's no sort of pressure really on Descartes to go all guns blazing from the offset, right? So he will need to be careful, he will need to be selective, especially against Darrell Cyrus, who I think is having a very good tournament with the ball.
Yes, and St. Lucia needs another 82 runs from 222 deliveries. They have 6 wickets intact. Descartes is at the crease with Auguste, two of the better St. Lucian batters. And they really, St. Lucia team carries a long batting as well. So, you know what I mean? It says a lot for this team. They have played good cricket. And they normally say, you normally have a bad game in a tournament. I'm not too sure if this would be that one.
Well, they'll be hoping that they don't need that long batting lineup. They'll be hoping that these two can actually do it for them. Descartes on the occasion again coming forward and stroking it confidently out to the man there long on. Confident start by him. O'Geese also walking this one nicely. Descartes had to put in the 4K, as they would say, on that occasion. He made it in the end, so singles the order of the day for these two at this point in time.
There's some smart batting there by O'Geese, putting the field under some pressure. Things are not that easy as it is. So they are really taking those chances, taking the singles and putting the fielders under pressure and taking some good runs.
Positive start from Descartes. Not by way of boundaries or anything, but just his general foot movement, his stroke play. Finding the middle of the bat so far.
This is a man who's in form. Oh, that one's keeping low from the leg spinner into the keeper's glove. That could have caused some more danger and some more trouble for St. Lucia.
Yes, and the word confident, we have used that word a lot today. When we spoke about Darrell Ned being very confident, but it's just a matter of being overly confident as he's sweeping this one out to deep square leg. I think it's all the way for 6. Yes, it is. So just to complement the positive start we spoke about in terms of getting the singles, he has now registered his first boundary, a well-played sweep shot for 6.
Yeah, he's going to play shots, Descartes. He's not going to be monkeying around. He's not going to be moping around there in a crease. He's somebody like that. And really, it all spells well for the St. Lucia team if he stays at the wicket for a period of time. But he's going to play his shots. Cyrus, pretty good bowler. I have not seen the introduction of Murray into the attackers yet. But two left-handers. I'm not too sure what skipper John would be thinking about when he thinks about Murray having the leg spinner and another leg spinner from the other end.
Yeah, that's a very good point you made there, Kenroy, in terms of the introduction of Cork Murray. Both of them would have bowled in tandem in the last game, mostly to the right-handers. We have a situation where we have two left-handers at this point in time, and it's going to be critical at what stage he introduces Cork Murray, because my guess is he will have to bowl pretty soon. 14 overs completed, 67 for 4, sorry. And it's going to be Ryan John to continue. So perhaps a seamer from one end and they will take the spinners from the other end.
Well, 67 for 4. 4.79. Need another 76 from 216 deliveries. As it is not over until the fat lady sings, skipper Ryan John has the ball in his hand, 74 on his back.
It's a very good delivery there from Ryan John. Just getting his delivery to angle away from the left-hander, pitching and moving away from O'Geese. It's good to see that he still has a slip-in operation. It tells me that he's still looking for wickets by way of a caught, an edge, or something of that nature. We have the mid-off, mid-on in operation, a man at cover. But he's walking this one beautifully off his hips and a poor effort there in the field. And I think it's Jeremiah, yes. Not the best of efforts. I'm sure skipper John would be very disappointed with that. But it's a well-played shot. It was a short of a length delivery in that vicinity of his rib cage once again. But he walked it off his hips and got himself a boundary.
Yes, cricket, lovely cricket. It's just this period where the St. Lucians are now pulling themselves back, hitting a few boundaries and really getting up to that target. Grenada just losing their way a little bit. And really some bad feeling there by Jeremiah, unfortunately. But 4 runs to St. Lucia, 4 runs to O'Geese again. And he's batting well for St. Lucia as he turns at 1 for another single. And as he keeps batting, this target becomes smaller.
Agreed. And you mentioned the positive nature of the St. Lucian batting lineup, and we are seeing quite a bit of that now being manifested. And as we said earlier, wickets are the order of the day for the Grenadian team, because there's no way they're going to really bog down the St. Lucians by way of dot deliveries and that sort of way. So they will definitely need to find a way, an effective way of getting the breakthroughs on a consistent basis.
Yeah, the St. Lucian's going to back themselves. August is going to back himself. Descartes is going to back himself. They have gotten runs in the tournament so far, so they don't need to panic as John continues, and he's driving that to the man at short extra cover. As you could see, those front foot is coming out way outside. So he's reaching for that delivery, not really coming to him. And that tells you the sort of confidence he has in himself to do so.
Yes, that bat of his looking broader and broader by the minute. Kenroy mentioned the fact that he has 100 all year on in this tournament. I'm sure that would have given him the wall of confidence coming into this innings.
Short lifting delivery from John. Still saying to Descartes, I'm here. You're not going to get those up in your half. You would have to be pulling somewhere along the waist height. A good lifting delivery there by John into the keeper's glove. Good effort delivery.
Yes, a good effort ball from Ryan John. He's not the quickest, really, and was at a reasonable pace. But on that occasion, just bending his back a bit more. And the field is actually set for something of that nature from time to time, with a man there at deep fine leg and a man at deep square leg as well.
John is driving up to mid-on comfortably. Descartes, another single to him. Ryan John over comes to an end. After that over, St. Lucia 72 for 4, 73 for 4. 15 overs completed. Shadrach Descartes is on 8. Akeem Agus is on 31 from 33 deliveries.
Yes, I'm running with close to 5 runs per over, 4.85. So what we have seen from the St. Lucians is that they have been able to score at a reasonable rate, albeit they have lost some early wickets. They've been positive in their stroke play. None more so than Auguste. It's a good little innings here for the young man. Spoke about his talents. We spoke about his experience as an under-19 player. And these are the type of innings you want to see from a young man trying to still feel his way or make his way into the senior setup.
Cyrus continues. This one is a full delivery. He's hitting it somewhere. Where is that delivery?
It's actually trickling down too long, and I was looking somewhere in those coconut trees.
Well, miscued. Went somewhere, we couldn't find it until the fielder came in from the long on boundary, dropping short. Descartes just miscuing that delivery. Cyrus. Auguste. Just turning it to the man at mid-wicket again. So St. Lucia just finding their footing somewhat. With Auguste and Descartes, both players left-handers. This one is a hit over mid-wicket, into the fence, 1 bounce, 2 bounce, into the fence. 4 runs to Auguste as he continues to march on here for St. Lucia. And really a loose delivery by Cyrus and dealt with in accordance.
Yes, the second loose delivery we have seen in this over. The first delivery getting away really with more, as they would say. But on this occasion, Auguste, he got it over deep mid-wicket, 1 bounce into the fence for 4. And the score moves up to 78 for the loss of 4.
And he's rushed on to 35 from 35 again. He's going down to mid-wicket. He's putting the hands up over the top. 6 more runs to Auguste. And he's really playing a blinder here for St. Lucia. Despite the loss of those 4 wickets, Auguste have come to the wicket and played positively. And it has paid off for him thus far.
Well, Cyrus losing the plot here in this over. 3 juicy full tosses. And 2 of them have been deposited to the boundary. Auguste saying thank you very much for those. Perhaps not getting the type of grip that he wants. Maybe the heat, sweaty in the palms. I'm not sure what could have attributed to those deliveries. Let's see how he goes for the rest of the over.
This one is just wrapping him on the pads, trying to bring that short leg into play. Another dot delivery. No trouble caused there. 84 for 4. Auguste is driving again over the top.
Well, I think that is the pick of the bunch there, Kenroy Martin. There was a flighted delivery on the line of the off stump, and there was Ogis. There's just something about the way he strikes the ball, Kenroy. He doesn't try to hit the ball too hard. What he does, he has good reach and he has good timing as well. And that bat seemed to be a specially made one, especially for him. And that's a lovely shot over long off for 6. No chance for any fielder on the boundary. And it's up to 90 for the loss of 4. Ogis up to 47.
Yes, he's really in tremendous form here. Just stroking that delivery over the top. Classy as well. Little effort really. And really stroked it over the top into the fence for 6. Another good shot by him, as you said. That's the best of the lot thus far.
So his innings definitely propelling now. So, propelling the St. Lucian team towards victory here. A 4 of 53 runs required. He's 47 from 38, so he has been able to operate that more than a runner ball in this particular innings, despite the fact that they lost those early wickets, as you mentioned earlier. His positive intent has always been there, and his partner as well, 10 from 10, Descartes. So this is definitely a key moment in the game as we see Sherman Lewis coming in for his second spell.
Well, Grenada's hope. The hat-trick man has returned, and the forced delivery is whistling across that bat of Descartes into the gloves of wicketkeeper Joseph. Could hear that sound in the glove hitting it hard. So Lewis bowling with some pace as well.
Yeah, getting a bit of lift. That delivery just bouncing a bit more than Descartes would have anticipated. And it just goes to show the change in bowling here. Here's a bowler who has taken a hat-trick in this innings. And just able to get a bit more from the wicket, a bit more response from the wicket, as opposed to the other seamers that we have seen so far in this game.
There's Lewis outside the off stump, fishing in. Probably wants to go down to Barley or somewhere in Kingston to throw a net. Descartes trying to fish at that one. Nothing is biting as yet. So he has to wait a little bit longer.
A bit loose from Descartes, I must say. Both deliveries, pitching and moving away with the angle across the off stump. Maybe a better bet for him is to just see what the bowler is offering and leaving those deliveries outside the off stump. But so far, it's clear that he definitely wants to field ball and bat. And Sherman Lewis here presenting a testing length outside the off stump. So far, coming up trumps.
This one is driving up to mid-off. Full face of the bat. Gets a single. 91 for 4. 16.3 overs bowled. Descartes on 11 from 13. Ogis is on 47 from 38 deliveries. Going better than a runner ball. Sherman Lewis to pick off the bowlers for Grenada. Picking up a hat-trick this afternoon. 2 lovely catches from Ryan John in the slips. Lewis again. Ogis is equal to the task. So I think this is Grenada's last hope, really. Lewis looking to bite her edge, get something happen, make something happen here, and really cause St. Lucia to fall under pressure again. But these two have batted positively, and just by doing that, they have taken St. Lucia out of the hole somewhat and really marching on to that 41 that was set by Grenada. So Lewis looking to dislodge one of these batters. A good delivery again, keeping him in check.
I think it's well played by Ogis as well, recognizing that this is a key part of the game in terms of the reintroduction of Sherman Lewis, the key destroyer so far for the Grenadian team. So he's just showing him the respect that perhaps he deserves, given how things have gone before.
Lewis outside the awesome pit in the outer portion of the bat. Looking to leave alone really for a choice edge. Going down to third man. And a good delivery there by Lewis again. Cause join.
Yes, he has created a sort of uncertainty throughout his entire spell. especially the fourth spell against these St. Lucian batters. That was a delivery on the line of the off stump. Ogis looking to shoulder arms, but making the decision very late and taking the outer portion of the bat. And thankfully for him, evading the man there at fourth slip. So he gets another single, moves on to 48. St. Lucia, they are 92 for the loss of 4, needing a further 51 runs for victory.
Well, we have brought back another pace bowler. Skipper John really trying hard with his fast bowlers, not really looking to bring in Murray into this attack. 2 left-handers, left arm spin. The leg spinner Cyrus went travelling in the last over. 3 boundaries struck by Ogis. Jackson is back.
Yes, and that decision to delay the introduction of Murray, sorry.
But do you have the luxury to do so?
Well, I'm thinking to myself, you definitely need another spinning option in operation. So far, both as this one is hit over the man there at mid-on for a boundary, and a well-played half-century here from Hakeem Ogis. He came to the wicket with his team in a bit of trouble, and so far he has been able to stamp his authority in a positive manner. Well played to the young man.
Well, from the time he was struck in the ribcage area, it sent something to his brain, and it said, listen me, you have to fight this battle. He went on and he played a magnificent innings so far for St. Lucia. A fighting innings, he's more than a runner ball, really, and you have to give this youngster credit where credit is due. A wonderful half-century scored here by Hakeem Ogis. Again, he's slapping that one back past the bowler. He's 1, he's calling for 2. No, says his partner. So 50 runs for Ogis.
Well,
wonderful knock by him as he's been bumped in the middle by his partner. St. Lucia marches on. That's 97 for 4. Hakeem Ogis, brilliant innings. He's at 51 from 43. Shadrach Descartes is on 11 from 13.
Yes, the reintroduction of Jackson is an interesting option here by the captain. We started proceedings with Sherman Lewis. Hasn't really shown any sort of consistency so far. Descartes once again loose outside the off stump, trying to get bat on ball, as they would say.
Yeah,
we were speaking earlier about Cork Murray and the delayed introduction.
Yes.
I'm just thinking if somebody is good enough, it doesn't matter whether they're 2 left-handers, 2 right-handers at the crease. They have to find a way to adapt to whatever situation presents itself to them.
Yeah, he has to bowl. He has to bowl.
Another thing to add is that given the way Cyrus has bowled, he didn't really, especially in the last over, he was really taken to the cleaners by Ogis. So I'm thinking at least try Cork Murray and see what he brings to the table. We all know what we're going to get with him in terms of consistency, in terms of length and line, changes of pace. But I guess the captain sees it differently as they're looking for another easy, quick single here. And well run. Descartes is very good between the wickets in terms of running. And that was well called by both of them. So the pressure being forced back onto the Grenadians after that initial burst they had earlier.
Yes, indeed. And that is all courtesy of Hakeem Ogis. Brilliant half-century. Just being brought up there with a punched over mid-on, bringing up his half-century. St. Lucia now 98 for 4. What is very evident though is that even though the wickets had fallen, St. Lucia did not stop score runs. Just the 17th over and they are already 98 for 4 as they continue to just tickle it off one by one and really play the loose deliveries they have dispatched.
Yes, and a confident approach being demonstrated here by both of these players. More so, Hakeem Ogis, you mentioned being hit earlier in the ribcage area from Showman Lewis during that real fiery spell from him. He could have really been rash about his stroke play, but what he did, he really settled down. Even the following delivery, he was right there forward, showing him the full maker's name. So he definitely shows that he has good temperament, Akeem Ogis, and it bodes well for him in his development and his quest to be an international cricketer.
Strong mental fortitude needed for those sort of environment. He is showing that as a youngster, so he can only get better from here on in. But he's with his partner, Descartes, Centurion. They are the ones who keeps the St. Lucia middle order intact. This one is driven up, cover, shy at the stumps. 99 for 4, St. Lucia, looking for a target of 141. 18 overs bowled. Need another 46 runs from 192 deliveries. Well, the current run rate is 5.50.
I was about to say the required run rate is a no-show, really. Not really relevant at this point in time. It's all about wickets.
This one has been whipped off his pads. It's coming my way. 1 bounce, 2 bounce. Over the fence. 4 runs to Akeem Ogis as he continues to really bat with authority here at Sion Hill. And really a wonderful shot. Just slipping on his legs is Lewis and Ogis into that one. He actually climbed into it.
Yes, a well played there from Akeem Ogis. A delivery on the line of the leg stump. He's picking his spot really. 1 bounce out to deep mid wicket here for another boundary. So he, as you mentioned, he has stamped his authority on proceedings out there.
This one is pitched up and he's driving to the man at mid-on. Didn't time it as he ought to. So was looking basically for the maximum there. He looked so easy at the crease. Hands goes through the ball. Risk is brought in at a particular time.
Well, if you look at his build, Kenroy, he's not really a big man as such, but he definitely cracks a punch whenever he hits it. He times the ball beautifully. Doesn't try to overhit the ball. I think that is his greatest asset.
I really think that lifting delivery from Lewis helped his cause today. Lewis probably, in his reflection, probably would have said, I should not have bowled that delivery. But Ogis will say, thank you. You woke me up. And he have set Sion Hill playing field alight here. And really a wonderful half century by him for St. Lucia. Looking to eclipse the finals of this Super 50 tournament here held in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Under the auspices of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Cricket Association and the Windward Islands Cricket Association as well. Cricket Board, sponsored by the National Lotteries of the Windward Islands. 4 Windward Islands being participants in this tournament: St. Lucia, Grenada, Dominica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So Lewis continues. Descartes on strike. Still asleep. Skipper John still looking for something. It's not over as yet. Lewis just on top of that one is Descartes. It's a lowered appeal at the stumps. Not how says umpire Butler.
I think it was a close one there, Kenroy.
Yes.
Ogis was a bit lethargic there in terms of getting back into his crease.
I agree with you there. A little casualness coming into his cricket. Almost cost him his wicket. But some good awareness from the field as well. So that completes that over. 19 overs have been bowled. St. Lucia 104 for 4. Akeem Ogis, he's unbeaten on 59 from 49. And Shedrack Descartes is on 12 from 17. St. Lucia 104 for 4. Current 5.47. And they need another 37 runs in 174 balls.
Yes, St. Lucia continued to march towards his total. Mentioned earlier, it was not a huge total, but what has been admirable about this run chase is that their scoring rate, there's always been some sort of positive intent from the St. Lucian batters, even though they were losing wickets earlier on in the innings. As he's punching this one, O'Geese, out to the man there, deep third man. So continues to just get the scoreboard ticking up to 60. And having looked at the West Indies under 19 tournament recently, Kenway, I know you did some commentary as well. I think O'Geese actually stood out as one of the better players in the tournament, along with the likes of Jordan Johnson and Joshua Dawn. These are players that we've seen in the last 2 editions of this tournament, and they're players that we are hoping can actually go on to do good things for not only the West Indies under 19 in their World Cup next year, but even beyond that at the senior level.
Yes, and we do hope that these youngsters really come to the fore and continue to play the cricket that they are doing now. As I said earlier in the broadcast, that I do compliment St. Lucia for going that way, taking that bold step with the youngsters and really giving them the responsibilities that they have, and they have stood up to those responsibilities, and they're here doing exceptionally well. O'Geese here in the finals is playing a wonderful innings, continues to do so, and really they should give themselves a pat on the back for what they have done for cricket in St. Lucia. They have won all tournaments really. St. Lucia, they have won the junior championship. The St. Lucia has won the under 19, the under 15, and now the senior is
not quite as yet, Kenway. You're calling it very early here.
In their grasp.
106 for the loss of 4. For the 35 runs required here for them to lift this title here this afternoon. Shedrack, this card really struggling to some extent. Kenway has played a lot of shots, but he's still on 12 from 18.
And they just probably need to play the supporting role here to August, really, who has really, as I said, set Sion Hill playing field alight here today and played a magnificent innings. Sometimes you have to play second fiddle.
Correct. I think it's the first time he's actually batting here as well in this tournament.
Yeah.
And he batted at the Cumberland playing field, scored 100 at Cumberland as well. So it requires somewhat of an adjustment moving from the Cumberland playing field to here in Sion Hill, and we are seeing evidence of that he's just not been able to time the ball as well as he would like. He's playing at deliveries he's not really supposed to be playing at, and looks a bit loose outside the off stump this card.
Well, he's an aggressive batsman by nature. Always wants to score, always want that ball on his bat. This one is hit to the man at mid-on. Doesn't feel clean, he calls for single, it could be trouble. Fielder still struggling to get his foot in, but they have completed a single despite the confusion.
I think a better throw there from the fielder would have resulted in a better result for the fielding team. Fielder there, and one of the substitute fielders not getting the ball in quickly enough to Jackson to effect a run out. Another single earned by St. Lucia, 107 for the loss of 4. This one is a bit of an insider there from O'Geese. And it's the end of another over from Jackson. He has toiled away all day. 5 overs, none for 24 so far. 20 overs completed, St. Lucia 107 for the loss of 4, requiring a further 34 runs for victory.
Well, I know this game would have been competitive really from both teams. I never thought of all these things happening. A hat-trick, Grenada being bowled out for 141. I never thought of those things. I thought we would have seen a game of about 250 plus. But this morning, Teddy Bishop, he was injured, couldn't play for Grenada. He was the man in form in the middle order for the Grenadians. So they had a bad loss this morning. And if you look at things, really how things panned out, he would have been key to get into that sort of total. But St. Lucia has played exceptional cricket thus far in this tournament. They are, as I said, close to getting this tournament. And really, you can't take anything away from the St. Lucia team. They have played unbeaten so far, and they deserve whatever comes their way.
Agreed. As we've seen a change in the bowling, the part-time off spin of Regis into the attack. So once again, no signs of Court Murray as yet. And I think perhaps the captain is thinking as long as these two left-handers are there, he's not going to take the risk to introduce the youngster.
Yeah. Regis has taken up the bowling duties. No Court Murray being introduced. Skipper John does probably think he would be at a disadvantage bowling to the left-handers. But as I said earlier, you're a bowler, you have to bowl against everyone. This one is being hit to the man at mid-on. Didn't get it cleanly. August still looking to score, which he should. Regis have bowled 3 deliveries thus far. Haven't scored a run yet. This one is a good delivery. So 4 dot deliveries. That's a bad start for him. This one is outside the off stump, playing and missing.
Not a bad start from Regis. Seemed to be using his changes of pace to good effect. Delivery a bit slower, a bit wide outside the off stump. There was Ogis trying to stretch for that one. Just need to go back to the basics in terms of what he has been doing so far. This one is punching it elegantly down the ground for another single. His personal tally goes up to 61. St. Lucia there 109 for the loss of 4.
Yes, cruising to that 141. We have lovely weather here at the Sion Hill playing field. A great game on hand. Started out this morning. St. Lucia winning the toss, inserting the Grenadians. They were skittled out for 141. And they started their reply, was interrupted by a couple of intermittent showers. And we are here now at this juncture. St. Lucia 109 for 4. 21 overs bowled. They need another 32 runs to get victory here this evening. And as I said, you really can't take anything away from them. They have played well.
It's Jackson once again into his 6th over. Toiling away from that old airport end. Just an update on the total on the score there at Cumberland. The game between Dominica and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It's 101 for the loss of 2. So the Dominicans there really pouring themselves towards victory. Vincent needs some wickets.
So does the Grenadians.
This one beautiful shot.
Crunched.
Well, I'm telling you something, Kenroy, he's making it very difficult for us to judge the shot of the day so far because such has been the array of shots that he has played all over the Sion Hill playing field. It's hard to really pinpoint one. That was another lovely shot, a shot of a length delivery outside the off stump, and there was Akeem just standing tall and punching it off the back foot. No man really had a chance, and he gets another boundary, 113 for the loss of 4.
From the time that left the bat, no man had a chance of catching it back. That was crunched to backward point. Lovely shot that was. Timing, placement, class. Strictly class that was. From a picture book.
Yes, and what we have seen so far is that this side of the ground, the outfield is not the quickest. But that one definitely raced across the outfield. It just shows you the timing that the young man is able to exert on these shots. And he gets another single down to third man. So the scoreboard continues to tick over here for St. Lucia. And the clock continues to tick for the Grenadians. 114 for the loss of 4. This one is punched up to the man there at mid-off. And once again, Another single. So Descartes doing it the right way, as we would say.
Let's play supporting role. Just need to play the supporting role to Auguste. Really played a wonderful hand. He has done all the hard work. He needs now to take it home.
27 runs required for victory. This one is hit down the ground. The fielder there at long on comes around. Fields, limits the batters to a single. 26 required here. So the balance definitely have tilted in the last 5 to 6 overs, Kenroy, in terms of the true class and the true talent, the consistency of the St. Lucian team coming to the forefront.
Yes, and that is showcased by Akeem Auguste from St. Lucia, the young West Indian. A lot of promise, a lot of potential he has. He's batting with Descartes. He's just guiding that one down to third man, picks up another single. So things have become rather easy here at Sion Hill for the Lucians. We have not seen the introduction of Murray. Would he be ever introduced today?
Well, I would like to think that to introduce him at this point is really
pointless.
Pointless. You took the word right out of my mouth there, Kenroy, because 22 overs, and here it is, a partnership here building. 2 left-handers on the go. Perhaps they should have introduced him 3 to 4 overs ago. But it's Regis is going to be continue operations there from that flow end with St. Lucia marching really. I don't even want to say marching, maybe they're driving.
No, I think they're in a boat with engines on, and they're just cruising up the coast. It's a lovely view from St. Vincent going on to St. Lucia on a boat with an engine. It's lovely to see from the northern side.
Starts with a wide there, Regis. Just losing his bearings on that occasion. Short of a length delivery, so the Grenadians here are a bit flat. In contrast to maybe 5, 6, 7 overs ago, where they were boisterous in the encouragement for the bowlers, and you know, like we said at that time, as this one is hit over extra cover, comes around there, redhead, limits the batsman to a second. Yes, as we were saying at the time, whenever you hear the fielding team go quiet, it tells you that you're doing well as a batting team, and this is testament to that.
Exactly. And you remind me of my good friend there, Junior Murray, former skipper of the Windards Islands. That one is stroke back pass to the bowler who does the fielding. Could remember him spinning the toss, and his normal saying is flat as a bakes. Doesn't matter the conditions. Flat as a bakes and batting. My word. So big up to Junior, the man Ice in Grenada.
Not too sure he'll be best pleased with the performance today by his Grenadian counterparts.
I know he was here with the team on the last occasion. Devon Smith is with them this time. I think he made that trip to England as another single been taken by these two. They have played the shots, they have taken the singles, they have played the classy shots, they have taken the risk, and really some excellent batting between two. Wonderful partnership between them. Actually 69. They have really put the icing on the cake here for St. Lucia. And it's the only time for someone to take a knife and cut that cake and share it with the St. Lucians.
It's a big partnership in the context of what we've seen so far today. And the St. Lucians doing it easy, as you mentioned, as the pressure showing now on the Grenadian team with another misfield there from Jackson. Perhaps tired from his earlier spell, but still no excuse really at this level. Another single is owned by the St. Lucian team. They're now 123 for the loss of 4. Requiring a further 19 runs, to lift this trophy here this afternoon.
Well, I've not seen anything stopping them from do so. Akeem, wonderful innings by the youngster. I was a little bit disappointed with him in the West Indies on the 19 tournament, to be honest. Thought he would have scored even heavily in that tournament himself, and Pascal out of Dominica. I thought those two would have really led the batting for the Windward Islands. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Johnson from Grenada, the wicketkeeper, he's the man who really played the innings. But we know they are very talented. And now he's showing his class here at the senior level. That just tells me that he had a bad season.
Well, we spoke about Colt Murray, and we are seeing him being introduced into the attack now.
Yeah.
A bit belatedly, we can both agree. But definitely a chance for the young man to show what he's made of. Just 19 runs really to defend. So not a lot in terms of a cushion for him. But I'm sure he'll be putting his best foot forward and trying to impress the selectors. This one is pulled over deep mid-wicket. And they feel that they're doing a very good job coming around, preventing that boundary. Not a single to Ogis. 123 for the loss of 4.
And Murray, second delivery, bowling to Descartes. Ogis, no nonsense mode. After being struck in the ribcage area by Lewis. Murray outside the off stump, into the keeper's glove, dot delivery. Another youngster who have come through the ranks. Now playing at the senior level. Good delivery. This one is in the air. He take the catch. Does he? Oh, badly missed there. Badly missed. I'm not too sure what the signal would be, but he really misjudged that delivery. That one in the air. It falling short of the boundary really. He came in, he went back, and he made a mess of that.
Well, you mentioned it being a misjudged catch. It's perhaps the greatest definition of what a misjudged catch is. But there it is, that ball was in the air for a very long time. The field out there, I think, is Jackson, rushing in and then had to go back. The ball evading him and somehow just plugged right in front of the rope. So, an interesting sequence of activities there. As he's pulling this one over deep mid-wicket. One bounce into the fence for 4 is Ogis. That was definitely a poor delivery there from Colt Murray. But Ogis, he continued to excel in this innings. He moves on to 72. And his score now moves up to 128 for the loss of 4.
Well, nearer, my God, to thee. Nearer. St.Lucia played the better cricket in this tournament. Have outplayed all the other islands. The youngsters have come to the fore. Melius, the skipper. Ogis, the youngster. Descartes. All those mentioned. Well bowled Colt Murray. Well played Ogis. That brings you over to an end. The Colt Murray over to an end. So 129 for 4. Needs another 13 runs. 145 deliveries.
It's interesting you keep mentioning the number of balls, Kenroy. I don't think we'll see that volume of deliveries being delivered. And from now on, as we see St. Lucia just cruising, you mentioned the fact that they were cruising. I'm more thinking of they're marching to victory. They're going to victory at a quicker pace, given what we've seen in the last couple of overs. So it's going to be Regis once again to continue operations from that flow end. We bowled into Ogis. He's there on 68 from 64 deliveries. And Descartes just finding his way a bit, 25 from 32. Flighty delivery there from Regis, and he's coming forward and working it out to the man there, Sherman Lewis.
I want to ask you a question though. In the context of this game, 5 wickets by Larry Edwards. Ogis, he bowled, I think he picked up 2 wickets also. And this knock. Which innings which performance do you put up front?
I think I would want to give it to the youngster, given the context of his innings. When he came in, team was under a bit of pressure. That all the wreckage created by Sherman Lewis, and he has been able to play with a degree of freedom as well. And it would be difficult for me not to acknowledge the effort of Larry Edward, as his 5-wicket haul was crucial in terms of limiting the Grenadians to that paltry total. But I'm just impressed in terms of how Ugis went about this particular innings. Not often you see the youngsters really batting in that particular manner, and it's something that we keep calling for from a lot of the youngsters in this particular tournament. So my man of the match will be Ugis, albeit another good performance from Larry Edward.
Well, this one has been struck wide mid-on into the fence. 4 more runs to discard, as that total becomes a little smaller and smaller every time the ball goes across the row. 129, 133.
Yes. A typical discard shot, that is, really. Giving him a bit of room there, Regis, allowing him to free his arms. Whenever you allow Shadrach Discard to free his arms, you're always asking for trouble. This is a quicker delivery from Regis, missing it completely. 135 for 4. Discard. As we mentioned, the only century run in this tournament.
Just another 6 runs to get. That's it. Finds caught Murray at deep mid, at short mid wicket, who feels that over comes to an end. So your pick of the player of the game, really, man of the match, is the youngster, not discarding the efforts of Larry Edwards, who wrecked the Grenadians through their innings. He bowled 10 overs, picked up 5 for 11. If I could remember, figures. Edwards was 5 for 17. 10 overs, 5 for 17.
As we see Cock Murray again to start another over. He's just timing this one through the offside there and coming back for a second. Taking on the arm there of Sherman Lewis. Was a powerful arm, but can't prevent 2 more runs. So, and it's a no ball as well. So when it rains, it pours, as they would say, for the Grenadian team. Ugis have the opportunity here to swing for the fences as he's been doing in the last couple of overs.
And here he goes.
And he's trying a reverse sweep. Perhaps a bad option there from Ugis. Having seen how he has played in the V and hit the ball in front of the wicket, definitely not the best option, in my opinion, to try that reverse sweep. He's hitting this one again, lovely over extra cover. 1 bounce into the fence, using all of his class, all of his timing on that occasion. And the score now moves on to 143 for the loss of 4, and that's victory there for the St. Lucia team. All the applause, deserved applause really for this unit. They've been very consistent throughout this tournament, and in this final, despite that early wobbler really in terms of losing those 3 quick wickets, the class of Akeem Ugis and the steady head of Shadrach Discard came to the forefront for the St. Lucians.
Well, the writing was on the table, the writing was on the wall. 141 to get. St. Lucia had a very good tournament coming into this finals. Akeem Ugis came to the crease. St. Lucia struggling at 16 for 3. Then we lost to skipper Melias. And then Ugis and Discard came together. And that was the end of the story right there for the Grenadians. And now they are 141 for 4. An excellent victory for St. Lucia. Well deserved, well played Akeem Ugis, well played to St. Lucia. And you deserve to be champions.
Yes, congratulations to the St. Lucian outfit. You mentioned a very young outfit, given the number of youngsters we have seen in this side. Commiserations goes out to the Grenadian team, who fought hard really initially, but just never really got that second penetrative bowling option to really cause this other problems consistently for the St. Lucia team.
Well, just to tell you the match summary, Jeremiah, he got 25. Kurt Murray, he got 21. Darren Ned, he got 15. Grenada, they got a total of 141, and at the end of it, we had Akeem Ogis. He got 80 from 69. Shedrack Desgard, 26 from 35. And Kimani Melius, got 26 from 46. Bowling for St. Lucia, Edwards, he got 5 for 17. Akeem Ogis again featuring with the ball, 2 for 20. Tyreek Edwards, 1 for 20. And Shawman Lewis, a hat-trick, 3 for 19 from 6 overs. Darrell Cyrus, 1 for 29. And Haston Jackson, none for 32. St. Lucia winning the Super Lottery Super 50 tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 2023 champions St. Lucia. A well-deserved victory for them. They have played unbeaten in the tournament, and really an excellent win for them and the young team, and really kudos to them, kudos to the St. Lucian authorities. Well done.
Yes, well done to the St. Lucian team. At the start of play today, we mentioned that the St. Lucians, having won the toss, elected to field first. They were doing something that they were comfortable doing. Likewise, the Grenadians, they would have batted first in the previous game and made a very good total here at the Sion playing field. But I think the captaincy of Kimani Melius cannot be understated in terms of how well he marshaled his troops at different points in time, his changes of bowling and that sort of thing. And they were able to exert consistent pressure on the Grenadian batters. They just never really were able to forge any significant partnerships going along. And 141 was definitely not going to be a challenging total here this afternoon for the St. Lucian team. They started off very well, the Grenadians, but just didn't have enough firepower in the bowling lineup to really place consistent pressure on the St. Lucians. And in the end, we saw what was a very destructive yet well constructed innings from the youngster in the form of Akeem Ogis. Kimani Melius, he was good up front as well, but all in all, we must be said that the St. Lucian team, perhaps deservedly the champions of this 2023 Senior Windward Islands 50 over tournament.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt it was an excellent game by St. Lucia. As you said, it started from the toss. They won and sent the Grenadians into bat, and really they broke the back of the Grenadian batting. Larry Edwards picking up 5 for 17. The senior statesman for St. Lucia doing the job. And really at the end of it, the youngster, Akeem Ogis, coming through with 82 not out. And his partner, Descartes, finishing after St. Lucia was struggling at 15 for 4, really. Melius got out, and then both of them came together and took the target to 143. Really wonderful scenes here as a young St. Lucian celebrate. So congratulations to St. Lucia, and we are saying goodbye here from Sion Hill. It was a pleasure bringing coverage to you from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and to all persons who have joined us online, who has viewed this broadcast. We thank you and continue supporting cricket in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, in Grenada, in St. Lucia, and also in Dominica. So congratulations to St. Lucia again, and thank you for being with us. On behalf of my fellow commentator, I want to say thank you, Asnet Cato, and it was a pleasure being here. Thank you from the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Cricket Association. It's a pleasure having you, and we will see you next year at the next tournament.